great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You are watching BusinessDay Television.
of the morning to our lovely viewers across Nigeria. Welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for joining us this beautiful Monday morning. Let's see what's making headlines today. All share index jumps 2.18% as all sectors advance. BUA Cement triples Q2 profit as FX losses ease, revenue surges. No crack in our ranks, says Senate amid reported leadership rift. EU and US agree trade deal with 15% tariff for European exports to America. Super Falcons clinched 10th WAFCON title. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Nigerian stock market wrapped up the previous week, ending July 25 on a high note, with the all-share index gaining 2,867.27 points to stretch its winning streak to 9 consecutive months. Starting the week at 131,585.66 points, the all-share index rose by 2.18% to close at 134,452.93, inching closer to the 135,000 mark despite a drop in trading volume. According to NGX, weekly trading volume also dropped to 3.6 billion shares, down from the 5.9 billion shares recorded the previous week. Despite the drop in trading volume, investor sentiment stayed positive, lifting the broader market and pushing total market capitalization from 83.2 trillion naira to 85.05 trillion naira. Moving on, BUA Cement has reported a sharp rebound in profitability, with net income in the second quarter of 2025 rising more than 500% year-on-year, helped by strong revenue growth and easing cost pressures. Reports released by the company show that net profit rose to 99.77 billion naira in Q2, up from 16.28 billion naira a year earlier, bringing half-year profit to 180.9 billion naira, already more than double the 73.9 billion naira reported for the entire 2024. According to the report, revenue also grew significantly, climbing to 289.5 billion naira in Q2, a 43% increase compared to the same quarter last year. Despite the jump in revenue, BUA Cement kept cost growth relatively moderate, rising just 3% to 142.2 billion naira in the quarter under review, compared to 138.6 billion naira in Q2 2024. Still on, the Senate has denied reports of a disagreement between the President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, and the Senate leader, Okoyemi Bamidele, over the timing of the Chamber's annual recess, describing the story as entirely false and misleading. In a statement issued on Sunday, the 27th of July, the chairman of the Senate Committee on Media and Public Affairs, Yemi Adaramodu, says the alleged clash during a recent executive session was a misrepresentation of standard parliamentary practice. Adaramodu revealed that parliamentary discourse, whether during plenary or behind closed doors, is an essential aspect of democracy and governance, stressing that while debates can often be vigorous, they are conducted in the best interest of over 230 million Nigerians and should not be interpreted as signs of division within the Senate leadership. According to reports, the disagreement was sparked by differing positions on when the upper chamber should commence its annual recess amid pending national matters. Now to end the local news, founder of Dangote Cement PLC, Aliko Dangote, has announced his retirement as a director and the chairman of the board of directors effective July 25. A statement from the group chief, branding and communications officer, Dangote Group, Anthony Chejina, revealed that Dangote is relinquishing his position as chairman, retiring from the board to focus more attention on the refinery, petrochemicals, fertilizer and government relations in order to drive the company's 5-year business trajectory to a superlative height. The board of Dangote Cement PLC has therefore announced the appointment of Emmanuel Ikazubo, an independent non-executive director, as the new chairman, board of directors. Ajia Mario Aliko Dangote was also appointed to the board of directors of the company, while Professor Dorothy Ufot retired from the board. And on the foreign scene, the United States and European Union have reached a trade deal framework ending a month-long standoff between two of the world's biggest economic partners. After make-or-break negotiations between President Donald Trump and European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen in Scotland, the pair reportedly agreed a United States tariff on all EU goods of 15%. According to reports, this is half the 30% import tax rate Trump had threatened to implement starting Friday, as a promise that the 27-member bloc would open its markets to U.S. exporters with 0% tariffs on certain products. The report revealed that von der Leyen hailed the deal, saying it would bring stability for both allies who together account for almost a third of global trade. And also, Thailand and Cambodia have agreed to bold talks in Malaysia on Monday in an attempt to negotiate an end to a conflict that has lasted 4 days. Thailand revealed that a delegation led by acting Prime Minister Phumtham Wechayachai would attend after United States President Donald Trump called the leaders of both countries on Saturday to press for an immediate ceasefire. The Thai government revealed that it had been told by Malaysia that Cambodian Prime Minister Hun Sen would also attend. At least 33 soldiers and civilians have been killed, while thousands of Thai and Cambodian nationals have been displaced since the border fighting broke out on 24th of July 2025. United States President Donald Trump earlier warned the leaders of both countries that there would be no talks on reducing the 30% tariffs he has imposed on them unless they bring the fight to an end. And out to sports, Nigeria has produced a sensational second-half comeback to beat host Morocco 3-2, sealing the record extending 10th Women's Africa Cup of Nations title. The Atlas Lionesses led 2-0 at the break in Rabat through Gizlani Chebak's fine polling effort and a scuffed shot from Sana Masudi. Esther Okoronkwo, however, inspired the West Africans after the break, pulling a goal back from the penalty spot in the 64th minute after Nuhaila Benzina handled Folamide Ijamilusi's cross. Nigeria built their campaign as Mission X, reclaiming the title, the last one in 2018, and preserving their 100% record in WAFCON finals. To end the news, FIFA has confirmed that South Africa's 2026 World Cup qualifier against Nigeria will be played at the Toyota Stadium in Bloemfontein on Tuesday, 9th September. According to a statement released by FIFA's head of qualifiers and international matches, Gordon Savic, the match will kick off at exactly 9 p.m. Nigerian time. South Africa currently top the group with 13 points from 6 matches, while Nigeria sits in 4th place on 7 points after a disappointing run of 1 win, 4 draws, and 1 defeat. The 46,000 capacity Toyota Stadium, which is served as one of the match venues during the 2010 FIFA World Cup, is reportedly one of South Africa's most iconic sporting venues, opened in 1995. Well, that does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the newspaper review. Do stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities. With millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria, Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Welcome to Today in History here on bdtv, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped our economies and the business world. I am Norma Ogbonna, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, July 28th.
On this day in 1914, World War I began. Using the assassination of the Austrian Archduke Francis Ferdinand and his wife Sophie, Duchess of Hohenberg, by a Bosnian Serb as a pretext to present Serbia with an unacceptable ultimatum, Austria-Hungary declared war on the Slavic country, sparking World War I. The international conflict lasted from 1914 to 1918. It embroiled most of the nations of Europe, along with Russia, the United States, the Middle East, and other regions. The war pitted the Central Powers, mainly Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Turkey, against the Allies, mostly France, Great Britain, Russia, Italy, Japan, and from 1917, the United States. It ended with the defeat of the Central Powers. The war was virtually unprecedented in the slaughter, carnage, and destruction it caused. World War I was one of the greatest watersheds of the 20th century geopolitical history. It led to the fall of great imperial dynasties in Germany, Russia, Austria-Hungary, and Turkey. It resulted in the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia and the destabilization of European society. World War I resulted in over 17 million deaths, 10 million military and 7 million civilian, and more than 21 wounded with massive destruction across Europe. The war cost the world over $350 billion when adjusted to modern value, collapsed empires, redrew national borders, and left economies heavily damaged and societies deeply scarred. Its aftermath set the stage for global instability and eventually World War II. And on this day in 1958, National Aeronautics and Space Administration (NASA), independent U.S. governmental agency, was established for the research and development of vehicles and activities for the exploration of space within and outside Earth's atmosphere. NASA has 4 main directorates focused on aviation, space science, technology, and human space exploration. It operates through several major research centers, including those in Maryland, California, Texas, and Virginia, with its headquarters in Washington, D.C. NASA was created in response to the Soviet launch of Sputnik in 1957, building on the earlier National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics (NACA). Under President Kennedy, it launched the Apollo program, which successfully landed the first man on the moon in 1969. In total, 24 astronauts traveled to the moon, with 12 walking on its surface, while later uncrewed missions explored the broader solar system. And on this day in 2005, the Provincial Irish Republican Army, also known as IRA, announced an end to its armed campaign in the group's efforts to free Northern Ireland from the United Kingdom's rule. The Irish Republican Army, formed in 1919 from the Irish Volunteers, aimed to end British rule in Northern Ireland and reunify Ireland. It used guerrilla tactics during the Irish War of Independence and later split into factions, with the provincial IRA continuing the armed struggle in the late 20th century.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Noma Obona. Keep watching BDTV.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and now we're ready to see what we have on the front pages of the papers this morning. And of course, I'm not doing this alone. I'm doing this alongside
Onyeka Valentine.
Very well. Let me start by asking how your weekend was.
Well, I mean, you can tell. You see me singing into the studio. I just
seems like you had a good weekend.
I kept on telling myself, if I have a little money. Because in this country, we don't have money.
Did you make money over the weekend?
Well, to be honest. So, I hosted an event. Woo! But I've not been paid yet because I did it based on, it's my friend. This kind of friend business. But even at that, the fact that I made new friends is enough to celebrate. Yeah. Money on the money. But again, if I have a little money. All right, let's go ahead.
This is your song. Did you form it?
So, for those people who don't know, ABBA, they were the big thing in the 60s.
Okay.
They were the group behind Mamma Mia. They were also the group behind, like the one I just said now, which is If I Had the Money. And then the other ones that they did. But maybe after now, I will hit our views with those. Cool list. We'll check it out.
It's a nice song. It's a nice song. Let's start by seeing what we have on the front page of the BusinessDay paper this morning. Speaking about if you have a little money, let's talk about our economy. It says Nigerian economy grows at home but trails global pace. What does that mean for us right now? I mean, our economy growing at home but trailing global pace. And then this other story here says FMDQ Group declares first ever cash dividend at 13th AGM. Revenue hits record 51 billion naira as profit after tax surges 65%. And on page 31, I guess, it says Eco Atlantic, the numbers behind Nigeria's coastal dream. That's like the dream city right now. And then on the top side of the paper, this one says Enugu State, much ado about electricity tariffs. All about the Enugu Electricity Regulatory Commission. But let's talk about unpacking GDP numbers with this story talking about Nigeria's economy growing at home but trailing global space. And to just give a little bit of an insider, it says the NBS, which is Nigeria Bureau of Statistics, has rebased its GDP, which now stands at 372.8 trillion naira. And in dollar terms, this is just a mere $252 billion, which is twice lower than the 2014 rebased numbers. This is where it gets interesting. Locally, the nation is growing, but globally, it's lagging. And then the nominal GDP in 2014 was 89.8 trillion naira compared to 372.8 trillion naira in 2024.
So, I mean, again, when someone uses this word, you're a local champion. For some people, they see it as derogatory. For others, they see it as a way forward. But because of the geometry of Nigeria, the layout of Nigeria, how Nigeria is and how it is seen as the big brother of Africa. So just so to call it, it is not a good thing that globally we can begin to say, wait a minute, if we're moving 10 steps forward, 10 steps forward, globally we are going 15 steps backwards. Now, again, there is a big tendency that most people who are within that area where they sit back to analyze who is coming first, who is coming last, might be targeting Nigeria. I know our economy is not doing very well. Doesn't necessarily mean that we are not surviving. We might not be thriving, but we are surviving. And I don't want to hear people say, oh, there's monopoly here, there's monopoly there. Look, I told someone this morning, right, that the fact that Dangote could say he wants to build a refinery and is actually working with 1/4 of the amount of money we spent on our own, federal, what's called again, refinery, that's God's sent. It's God's work that he's doing. And so if locally our economy is not doing bad like that, but globally is lacking behind, then someone is not telling us the truth. More than $20 billion was sunk into the Dangote refinery. I must give him applause, honestly speaking. Kind of jobs that have been created. So locally, if you look at it, I'm sure maybe our own local economists are looking at the indices, looking at how it affects GDP and everything, the gross domestic, and then they say, look, we are not doing badly, but globally, we are lacking behind. Of course, globally, we lag behind. Why? There are some certain things that they want our government to do, which we're not doing. And those people who are, quote unquote, in charge of running those statistics, look for different ways. And this means speaking for Nigeria as a patriotic Nigerian. It's high time we begin to let people know that the narrative must not be controlled by the other part of the world. Nigeria's narrative should be controlled by Nigerians. And having said so, there's a cost to put a big smile on our face because most countries now who actually see us as a country that's divided within, we had something that unified us during the weekend, which is the WAFCON win by our ladies. Congratulations to us, Nigeria. And of course, I don't know if you saw that video where, or maybe we'll talk about that story later, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So back to this, right? I think those who are trying to muscle us to do their biddings, and because we're not bending to it, they look for different ways. And this is what IMF does. This is what World Bank does. It's no longer a hidden thing.
Right.
When the world wants you to do something, they either throw sanctions or they throw, some level of tariffs, digudally at you. And if you don't wave, they look for different ways to discredit you.
Right.
I believe that globally we're doing well. Maybe not as well as countries like the United States. Maybe not as well as countries you can say are fully developed. But you want to call us a developing country or a developed country but a third world country, whichever it is you want to call us. The most important thing is that, at least for what it's worth, Locally, we're doing well. Call us local champions within Africa. I don't mind. It's high time to begin to tell the narrative and say, if the father does something good, we give him a round of applause. If the father does something bad, we say, look, the chief marketer, yes, no try. And so this is the time when we'll say, yes, maybe there's hunger in the land. Yes, maybe there's insecurity. Yes, maybe there are things that you could term as ills of society that is holding us back. However, in the context of, because the bathwater is dirty, don't throw the bathwater and the baby away, I would say, let us celebrate the little milestone that we made. I would say, let us put a thumbs up for the one that we have and watch if those who are working so hard to belittle us, put us below relegation point, will not say, wait a minute, we are throwing all this dirt at these people, at this nation, green, white, green, as a nation, but yet they're moving forward. We can change the narrative. So having said so, I would say we stay on the fence. Locally, we're doing well within the country. Maybe we could also be within Africa.
Right.
But globally, give us some time. We'll get there.
We'll certainly get there. Let's look a little on much ado about electricity tariffs with Enugu State. You've probably been following this story and the entire ado. Do you think, just like the headline here says, do you think there's much ado about electricity tariffs, or do you think there isn't much ado?
So I would say I don't want us to cry more than the bereaved. We might be in Lagos State, doesn't necessarily mean that Enugu is not part of us. Enugu is part of Nigeria. It's a great state. Don't forget, in the past, this was way back in the 70s, 80s and 70s. It was the center point for coal mining. In fact, Enugu was doing so well with coal. I don't even know if, maybe I'm getting it wrong, but if we had harnessed electricity through coal. However, harnessing electricity is different. Now we're talking about the tariffs now. It's a center place for trade also. By the way, links part of the north to part of the east. And so the question is this: if we're talking about tariffs, it being, they're speaking too much about it or not, of course, businesses will be affected. But will these tariffs make the state better? If the state is lacking behind in its internally generated funds, then do we look back into the coal mining thing and raise it even higher? If it's doing well at all, let us know. So this way now, we can subsidize and say, we're adding tariffs, but we're subsidizing from the internally generated funds, because things are getting, expensive on the daily. Maybe the cost of electricity generation, right, is costing the government more than it is, getting back in ROI, which is return on investment. So are these tariffs important? Yes, they're important. Should they move high very quickly? No, they shouldn't. So that it doesn't crash the economy, it doesn't crash the people. This way, goods that probably will cost, let's say a loaf of bread will cost 500 naira outside Enugu State. If the tariffs are very high, people who use electricity will either have two options, right? To generate their own electricity, right? Or keep on paying tariffs and increase the cost of bread, making sure that they can meet up demand. It will trickle down to one thing. People will start getting far more less nutrition, far more less food. I only use bread as an example. What about other things? Now, let's not forget in a hurry that the food basket of the nation is the middle belt. And if food comes in from that middle belt into Enugu State, now I'm looking at the ripple effect, but electricity supply is high. Those people who will come in and stay in hotels, yes, because the drivers are, let's go and stay in hotels. I don't want to make a case of we saying they'll sleep under their cars. Let's just say they stay in hotels. The hotel fee will no longer be maybe the cheapest, say 10K per night. It could move to like 15K because of electricity issue. Meaning to say that the driver will look at, and his crew, we're spending more money. Let us increase the money of our basket of tomato. That's just one end. What about other tourism sector that will come in? People who, if Enugu is now a major production hub or marketing hub, people will come in there to and do business. They will stay in those hotels. They will do other businesses that the tariff will affect. It will trickle down. And as it trickles down, so will the cost of goods and services increase. This is the catch now. As goods and services increase, our salaries increase. Question for another day.
Certainly a question for another day. The final story we should talk on here is obviously it's not news. It's just more it's information. It's it's all about Equa Atlantic City. This one was done by our property editor. Talking about the numbers behind Nigeria's coastal dream and the fact that I think that there's an estimate. Let me just go into the story. It talks about the estimated kilometers. apparently the Eco Atlantic City, 6.5 million square meters of land have been reclaimed so far, and the sea wall stands at 6.8 kilometer out of a total planned length of 8.5 kilometer. I think what the story is literally presenting to us is the fact that the city is expected, some of the things expected of Eco Atlantic City and how it's doing at the moment. It says the city is projected to house at least 250,000 residents, with about 150,000 others commuting to it daily. It talks about the investment opportunities. Also, the fact that Eco Atlantic City is built in semblance to Manhattan in New York City, but despite all of the prospect of Eco Atlantic City, maybe because of its exclusivity, it's not making as much progress as expected. It says despite significant progress, development has been slower than initially anticipated, with high land costs and a perception of exclusivity impacting its growth. And it goes to explain why 6.5 million square meters of land have been reclaimed, and the seawall standing at 6.8 kilometer out of a total planned length of 8.5 kilometer. Now, it's talking about the fact that the city boasts the best of basic infrastructure, which include utility connections, access to 2 large marinas that have been put in place. Transportation systems are aimed to support its large population, and the city will have its dedicated road network as well as a light rail system. Some of these things are still, projections. They've not been put in place completely. But what do you think? Firstly, do you think that for what Eco Atlantic City is presenting or hopes to present, do you think that it's worth the money?
So I mean, this is a great question, really. And most of the time, you ask yourself, in a situation where tourism was put aside for this kind of project, we hope the project long term would have been worth the sacrifice. Because let's not forget in a hurry, before I jump into that answer, right, or that question, let's not forget in a hurry how Eco Atlantic, emerged. It was from a bar beach. Nigeria,
it was amazing.
Lagos was making so much.
That was my childhood.
Yes.
That was my childhood.
Yes. Anyone who grew up in Lagos, Eco, I was born in Lagos, I grew up in Lagos. I was more Yoruba than even Igbo or Hausa. And so the question is this: the amount of money we made from what about the shows? What about people who come from different parts of the world to visit Bar Beach? Bar Beach was the pride of, of Lagos.
Talked about Bar Beach.
All of a sudden, Bar Beach was so.
Now we have different beaches that are always disconstructed. They're not as consistent as what Bar Beach was.
And this is even the bad part. The coastal road is clearing those tourist attractions away. So my question now is, before we move ahead, is are we marketing tourism in Lagos State to turn it to mega city without tourist attraction? That's a question that someone who has to answer.
I think that's a big question.
That's one, because I tell you, it's a big issue. Now, about the reclaiming of land, what are we talking about now? Is even tied to what I was saying before. We are reclaiming land. Let's don't forget, if you are an engineer, you don't even have to have a master's in engineering. I don't have a master's in engineering. I have a master's in mass communication. So I'm communicating now. But I've read these things over. And I wonder, is it that they don't have smart engineers who understand how nature works? You cannot defeat nature. So you push the water and you reclaim land. Where do you think the water will go to? Water will go back to where? Southeast Asia? Will go back to where? The United States? Or go back to where? So water is very powerful. In fact, when water fights back, it doesn't leave prisoners. Which is why the more they reclaim land, the water will find its way down through somewhere. Now you're hearing flooding far away. You're hearing people who live in Ajah, living in Lekki areas. As soon as it is June, July, they have already saved up money from January to maybe March to go and stay in hotels. That's a fact. Why? Because they know that to get to your house, you have to have a car have, a boat and maybe have a kayak, something to move with.
Yeah. I think now you're
I'm
you're just
exaggerating.
exaggerating.
But
Oh my goodness, viewers, that's not true.
But even at that, but you know what I mean. That look, if that area gets flooded based on the gutters, being filled up every now and then, it simply means one thing: the water is fighting back, it's going through those areas, right? Find its way to those other axes. Now, like I said before, I'm not an engineer, but if engineers have done what they've done and they're still reclaiming land, so what about the water? Where the water go to? Let's even talk about the tourist attraction, because those. So let's be honest. Where you have Eco Atlantic at the moment, are you aware there's not everyone who's allowed to go there? So we've cut off people who want to go and enjoy the site. Very soon, I will not be shocked. They tell you pay and come and see.
And the fact that it's so hard, like the transportation system, because it's supposed to be high end, so you're not expecting that people are making public transport. But the fact that there should be some sort of inside shuttle. If you don't have a shuttle, like if you getting into Eco Atlantic, the journey to get all the way inside, it's a long journey, and there's no shuttle.
It was deliberate, and it's still deliberate.
And it's problematic, really.
The idea around it is to make sure you create some form of class. Because look at it now, if you don't have commuter vehicles going inside, you probably sieve off people who you think are common Nigerians. So you see somebody who works in there, right, waiting to hit a ride.
You don't get. I think it's defeatist. It's not. It shouldn't be. They should have the Eco Atlantic shot, something bougie. Do you understand what I'm saying?
They don't want to
so
do
for
it. They
someone,
do it.
do you understand?
Yeah.
So that's even something you only see in Eco Atlantic.
Well,
you understand what I mean?
I do.
Because if you are. You know how you're taking walks within your estate or you're jogging. There are times when you're jogging or even in VGC and you are tired. Do you know how annoying it is that you cannot, like...
You have to walk back.
You have to walk on the way back. So if your driver is not around, or if you're the only one, like if you're the only one that... So how you just faint. You know how you can just use your shuttle. So they should have an exclusive sort of shot. Something black, something matte.
So this is what I think. I think it is still well, quote and unquote, Eco Atlantic City under construction.
Yeah.
So let us see. Let us give them benefit of the doubt.
Because I really wanted to present the luxury that it claims. You know how Nigeria,
since they killed Babbage.
Nigeria, you take luxury and then you're wondering what is luxury about.
Exactly. If Babbage was, if they put the noose, which they did, they put the noose around Babbage, ended it, and something will come out of it. The end product should be far more valuable, far more benefiting than what was there before. So we're still watching. We're not throwing them under the bus yet. We're still watching and hoping that it will drag in more investors. Yeah, go ahead.
But it's the fact that it's the people that will benefit from Eco Atlantic.
And not the ordinary Nigerian.
It's just the 1% of the 1%. So you read,
it's hitting home now.
Honestly, you've taken away the sweet things that 99% could have had access to. I think that would have been more valuable because we still paid for Babbage. You pay entry, but you enjoy Babbage. It rings now. Babbage.
I remember being taken there with my uncle. You remember a lot of things. What about the sand dunes and the things you make?
Family time. But now there's no beach right now in Lagos that
you can really say
that measures up to Babbage. I don't know, that has the popularity that Babbage has.
This will have what they call
so many
weekend sun splash event. A lot of things will
there is no Babbage. Even if they want to create a Babbage was that one place, that one converging point, But now we have so many beaches, but sometimes you even tell your friend, they say, where's that one again? That's always the question. Like, where's that one? You say Barracuda. Where's Barracuda?
And when you find it difficult to locate a beach, it's no longer tourist attraction.
Exactly.
That becomes a hideout.
Yeah.
What about your security?
Exactly. Anyway, let's move to the Vanguard paper very quickly and talk about the miracle of Rabat. How we overcame Morocco. This is by Super Falcons. You watched the match. What were your thoughts on the match?
Let me jump into this with my own melody. Power of Niger. Yes, so that's Two-Face Dibe, by the way. Like they say, everything you do, add some music to it. You know what I'm saying? So those watching at home, they wouldn't. They should understand how how full of joy we are. And you know, it's interesting to see that we've done this thing back to back. It's if prayers actually do work. Again, I don't know if they have God of football, but it just kind of favored us all through. You know, and this is the part where I agree with you 100%. What a man can do.
Absolutely.
But not see that men are not doing well, Sha. But
Of
men,
course, they're
I
doing
mean,
well.
our male team should see what the ladies are doing.
The
and
Eagles
how they're
need
making
to
us
take a
proud,
leave.
You know, I mean, at some point, our president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, couldn't hold his joy. He had to do a video call with them. I saw the video. They had a phone where he was talking to the players, boosting their morale, made us proud. They made us proud. I could confidently say that if Nigeria had, was doing badly in other sectors, the fact that we could lift this WAFCON and it all came at the right time when questions were being asked, came at the right time when it looked as if people were losing hope. There's nothing as good as unifying the country again with something that we know that globally the world will put us on the map. Right now, I think, if not immediately, the female team should be ranking in Africa #1, which is easy already because they have won the AFCON Cup. And globally, we now become a force to reckon with. So with everything in my heart, I want to just congratulate Nigerians.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, see our strikers. I will not play like that. Even like, man, these girls are just phenomenal.
Yeah, there's a reason you're not a professional footballer. Why are you trying to put yourself in the equation? We're talking about professional footballers here. But let's talk about some of the congratulatory messages that are coming from, obviously, just like you said, Power of Nigeria. There's one thing, if there's one thing that unites Nigerians, unites the world, not just Nigerians. And I think it's so powerful. It's sports, football, soccer, and music.
Oh, football and music. Our Afrobeat is not doing badly.
Yes. But I think soccer, it's just it's a universal language, same as music. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the DG of the World Trade Organization, says, what a thrilling performance from our very own Super Falcons.
There were 2 goals down.
Falcons in Morocco. Congratulations, you pulled it off. A super exciting match to watch. To God be the glory. It's how some things just give you this sense of patriotism. You just want to feel like I'm Nigerian. And the memes that have been going on online. I saw all those pop-up memes. Someone said, Nigerian Falcons to the Morocco football club. They say Ngbeke is feeling funky. I'm like, what's this? This comment, this is from President Tinubu. He said they chose to accept this mission. They understood the assignment. Our superior Super Falcons delivered in true Nigerian fashion. Never say never. They went, they saw, they have conquered again. 10 times champions of Africa.
Not easy.
Atiku says it's even more beautiful. It's an even more beautiful morning with the victory of our super high-flying Falcons. In last night's WAFCON final, their 10th Women's Africa Cup of Nations title came through a dramatic comeback, driven by the Nigerian spirit of never giving up. I congratulate the Super Falcons and join the millions of Nigerians in celebrating this special victory. It's a perfect send-off for Asisat Oshoala, one of the greatest African footballers of all time, as she retires from international football. Oh, that's so touching. Peter Obi says, a big congratulations to our outstanding Super Falcons of Nigeria for becoming the African women's football champions and winning the 2025 WAFCON. I watched as our girls never gave up. Just as I said before the game, it was an exemplary display of the indomitable Niger spirit. This is more than a win. You have shown true dominance in African football. From every Nigerian heart across the world, we say thank you for making us proud. Today, history bows to your greatness. Congratulations, Super Falcons. Mission X done and dusted. A new Nigeria is possible. Obviously, ending with a sign off.
I tell you, even if, again, let me use this word, I would say, I hope it doesn't happen. Even if next WAFCON we don't get the cup, we have, put in place a sign and a feeling in the minds of the world that 10 times in a row is not a joke. It's not a joke at all. And did you see the performance, how Ajibade was able to come through with that? It was good. It gives you that, there's a hope. And in that Nigerian spirit, let's talk about the spirit now. The Nigerian spirit of never giving up. you know, as in always persistent and everything.
Resilient.
It cuts across different areas. Our brothers and sisters who are in diaspora working so hard. I'm talking about the ones putting Nigeria in the good light.
Yeah.
Even regular Nigerians on the streets. If by mere pushing trucks to make you a billionaire, we have more billionaires in Nigeria than the rest of the world.
Absolutely.
Because even with all the pressure, you know, the epileptic power supply, even with all the issue of fuel back and forth, even the issue of all the riots or money being owed, gratuity here and there, Nigerians still turn up to deliver.
Do you see the people on the streets that hawk? Do you see how just for 100 naira
they run sprints,
sausage or plantain chips, they will sprint. They will sprint and come and meet you. You can't see it anywhere else. You'll be like, on top of what? Why am I running to come and give you 200 naira? How much will they gain at the end of the day from if they even sold, say they sold 20? How much are they taking home?
I'll tell you.
But that can do spirit.
Yes, and I'll tell you, there's this thing they always say that look, tough times create, right? Strong men. Strong men create good times. But the bad part is good times now create soft men, and soft men create bad times. We want to constantly be on the angle of, look, strong men or strong women.
Absolutely.
Do you know, this might sound a bit, ironic. If we weren't faced with all those challenges, if we were being given, food spoon to mouth, if we didn't have all these challenges back and forth, do you think Nigerians would be this resilient? I would want to doubt it. So you see, we are so focused on turning every negative thing to our benefit. Right. You see the zeal these ladies used to come back. I have to ask the question, do they individually have two hearts in their chest? The Moroccans were like, man, who are these people? Where are they from? You know why? Because they know that back home, there's someone. Back home, there are challenges. And the only way to break even is to push by all costs and get it done and come back and say, even in the midst of challenges, even the midst of problems and all the issues going on with Nigeria, we can be celebrated and known for something that can outlive us even 100 years from now. Because you can't take it away from them. They won it 10 times. On to the next.
Okay, on to the next. In that case, the congratulatory message are obviously pouring in from President Tinubu to our First Lady Oluwari Tinubu to former Vice President Atiku Abubakar to presidential candidate Peter Obi, as well as Rabiu Kwankwan. So the congratulatory messages are pouring. It just shows like everyone wants to associate with success, and when you bring something home, I want to be a part of your family because you made me proud. So we're very proud of the Nigerian Falcons. I'm very proud woman today, so I'm very happy to see the amazing things. What a man can do, a woman can definitely do better. So let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day today on the Business Day paper. Let's see if we have something that's akin to that also spark up some excitement in us this morning. Oh God, do you see that?
So I mean,
a bit
blurry, but even at that, we can see that
there's a pot, 2027 pot. Obviously, they are cooking.
They're cooking something, and someone has a broom turning the food.
Yeah.
From what I can see. Another person has something,
pestle. There's another mortar and a pestle. So, and then you see, like you used to cook at INEC, and then you see.
Wow.
So the person, to turn in the 2027 pot, which obviously is the election, says cook. Like you used to cook at INEC. You know what that means?
In other words, let's replicate it again.
Let's replicate what we have done before.
Well, again, if you ask me, in all this, in this particular cartoon, where can you depict Nigeria as a whole? I mean, the pestle that is being pounded, I can see that as Nigerian. See the frown in your face. It has a frowning face on the mortar on the right, and then the big one is looking a bit fat and robust, which means the election itself is going to go up a lot of money, so they are ready for it. 2027. Hopefully, we hope these political actors will not out-act the owners of the film, which is Nigerians. Okay. Unfortunately, again, we can only talk about it and hope it's not the case. But if it is the case, I think at some point Nigerians will get fed up. And if our votes don't count, then where do we go from there?
All I have to say is we'll leave them to cook, like we use in social media parlance. Is let them cook, allow them cook. Let's see where that takes us. But that's where we have to wrap it up this morning on the newspaper review segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I'm Amyeka Valentine.
And up next is Business Morning. Do stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Oladabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
morning and welcome to Business Morning on Business Day TV. My name is Deborah Eze.
And I'm Destiny Momo.
Thank you for starting your day with us. All right, let's move to the first conversation for today. Nigeria's food inflation continues to bite, rising to 21.97% on year-to-year in June 2025, with some states seeing food prices surge for above the national average. Borno State leads the pack with a staggering 47.4% food inflation, while Ebonyi State and Bayelsa also posted steep spikes. But it's not just about annual trends. States like Enugu, Kwara, and Rivers saw the sharpest month-on-month increase, with prices jumps nearing 12% in just 1 month. What's driving these sharp differences across regions? Are insecurity, flooding, and logistics to blame, or are market dynamics shifting in ways that demand urgent policy response? To unpack the story behind the numbers, we are being joined by Olusegun Okunade. He is a policy and economic analyst. Good morning, and thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Destiny. I refer to you as DD. I'm very grateful to start the week.
As always.
Good morning to all our viewers across the globe. Glad to be here this morning.
Good morning. All right, let's start with food inflation drivers. Now, despite headline inflation declining for the third straight time this month, food inflation continues to bite harder, and I'm talking about states in Benue, Nasarawa, and also Sokoto. So what explains this divergence, and what are we missing in the inflation narrative?
Thank you very much. A very good question. Let me start by saying some of the states that you have actually mentioned in this thing speaks to the states where we get some of the food that the country on their own actually produce. If you go to Benue, you know their slogan is that they are the food basket of the nation. Talked about Nasarawa, talked about Sokoto. Predominantly, their means of livelihood is agricultural produce. But there has been a particular factor that has impeded the actualization of some of these things. Insecurity, one. You discover that this insecurity has created a lot of people to be internally displaced from where they reside and where they are supposed to work. So rather than them working to actually contribute to the bottom line in doing what they are known for in doing, we discover that they are just wasting away in the IDP. Because why do I say wasting away? A lot of them desire to work, but when the security is not guaranteed on their deliverables, they tend to just stay back. It's about your life first before you talk about making money. And this has created a key factor in actually creating food inflation. And if you permit me to ask, the farmer elders clergies is still not behind the scene. And the failure of other states, integrating into it, I've asked question why, as a nation, other regions that have vast land cannot venture into agricultural produce when they have the capacity to do it. But we tend to do more of residential and commercial activity. I think this is the bottom line, because food is key, it's fundamental to the growth and survival of human beings. And with what we are experiencing in terms of insecurity and the challenges of deficit infrastructure is a very germane thing that is actually increasing this month in, month out, most especially in the states where these things are supposed to be produced.
Regional disparities. Why are states in the middle belt and the north, why are they bearing heaviest brunt of these food prices hike?
Yeah, they are, and they will, in the sense that, when they have the availability to produce some of these things, or even the few that they are actually producing, an average businessman wants to actually sell off to make more money, rather than providing that even for his household. I'm sure it's a practical thing that Everybody run after money, not about the welfare of their neighbors or even their citizens. So you discover that even the fuel that is actually being produced by few people that are venturing into this in that region, they prefer to sell to the south or to the east, where they feel that they can generate little funds to continue to sustain the business. And that's what is actually impacting. Before now, you have more supply because you have a lot of people who are actually in the business of agriculture that they know best to handle. But as we speak, few people are actually doing it. And rather than providing it, because they know that the purchasing power of their people in their locals are very low, they will rather want to sell it to people like you and I, who they consider as having the purchasing power to buy some of these things. And that on its own will create an high cost when it comes to the food in those regions where they're actually being produced.
What specific commodities are seeing the highest spike in this high burden state, and what does that tell us when it comes to our food supply chain?
Yeah, maybe if you permit me, I know the likes of pepper, tomatoes, wheat, some of these things has actually gotten that high spike in the prices. Don't forget the availability of some of these pepper and tomatoes is seasonal. We are in the rainy season and we are faced with the issue of flooding in some of the areas where some of these things are supposed to be produced. So the availability of it is quite tense. And that's why you're seeing that we are entering into the era, which is you see year in, year out. I know you ladies will speak more to that, where people will start using tin tomatoes as against using the normal tomato to provide for the food that they need to eat, where you buy just 5 or 4 commodity, 4 pepper for as high as 2,000, 3,000. It's the season. When you have so much flooding and during rainy season, there seems to be spike. And that's why most of the time we have actually requested that the government should make available preservatives where some of these things, when they are produced, can be preserved for future use. This is what is obtainable in the developed climate, which we are currently lacking and impacting on our food chain supply as we speak.
Okay, so how much of this food inflation can be directly linked to farmer herders clash, the displacement and rural insecurity in food producing zones? How much of it can you say is being directly, what's the percentage?
It's huge. I'll give it up to like 70 to 80% because it's in the public discourse. Don't forget the massacre killing that happened in Benue that even attract the president to visit the states. We've had so much killing in Plateau also. But no, it's not set out of this particular thing. And you keep hearing of the increase. I've not read in the news where some of those that are internally displaced, who are the IDP, were asked to return back to their base with the guarantee of safety. They are still there and they keep increasing. Benue was not like this before now, but the last few months, it has drawn the attention of the world on the incessant killing. Same in Plateau, same in other northern part of the country that is considered to be the food basket of the nation. The disheartening thing there is that in issues like this, it should be a collective work where other governors who consider agriculture as the fulcrum of growth of our economy should have invested more in it. We have vast land in the south here, I keep saying it, that can grow 1 or 2 things that can definitely contribute to the bottom line. But we rather choose to go the aspect of white-collar job because a lot of people are not attracted to the business because it lacks the mechanized way of actually doing it. And these are areas we are actually calling the government to actually work upon, attracting the young and the youth. I remember those years when we had a governor in Lagos State where some of those miscreants are actually being taken to the farm to carry out 1 or 2 things. These are areas where we should concentrate on. When you have surplusity of food, one thing is guaranteed, that definitely the price will definitely go down, and people will not concentrate more on other areas to do, because when you have enough to consume, you concentrate more on other things that you need to do. But when the prices are actually high, it stresses you and actually reduce your purchasing power as an individual. But as we speak, a lot of people use more than 70 to 80%, if not 90%, of what they are actually getting as income on food, which is not supposed to be.
All right, still on agricultural production and food security. We are witnessing a structural collapse, if I do say so myself. Now let's look at the productivity in regions like Benue and Plateau. Do you think it's just a seasonal thing, or it's a total collapse?
I won't say a total collapse, and it's not seasonal. It's a problem that we inflicted on ourselves as humans. With the level of insecurity and greed, because most of the issues you see here are communal clashes, because people lack understanding of what it should be, and because some certain set of people, because of their personal greed, tends to attack one another. These areas where we are having this unrest, you ask yourself, they have lived with one another for several years without any iota of without any differences, creating this unrest that we are currently experiencing. It's to take the bull by the horn that the federal government needs a situation where, as much as we claim currently that we have more money in the hands of the state government, we should be able to release the security architecture and management in the hands of this state government, so that they take responsibility. They will be able to in turn decentralize it, take it to the local government level, from the local government level to regions within each of the local government, to see how they tame this at the board. A lot of this unrest happened at the suburb, where we always consider as the basket where we consider this agricultural produce. If you go to the urban area in some of these states, you will see the unrest, you will see the peaceful nature in that area. It is in the locals, and that's why we must concentrate more in making sure that we create security, and until we decentralize it. Let's take it off the federal circuit, empower the state, which at this current time we claim have so much money, so that they can empower the local government to the local area. The traditional rulers are there. Give them marching order as you give to the military on how to make sure that their areas are secured. And with this, we can have a guarantee of people carrying on their business without any fear or any favor, but to make sure that they contribute to the bottom line of the economic growth of our nation.
How effective have state-level interventions been? Now, the question is, are subnational governments doing enough to stabilize food availability in their own jurisdiction?
To me, I would say they are not doing that much. Why? The first area you need to consider is how to secure the people. And if you look at the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as entrenched in Section 14, subsection 1, the primary responsibility of the government is to provide security of lives and property, and also the welfare of the citizen we claim we are actually leading. So I would say that a lot of state government, and they hide under the level that they are not under the control of security. If a state is not secure, it's difficult for such states to grow. It's difficult for such state to provide infrastructure that will structurally grow that arm of what they know how to do best. You can imagine if a state governor decides to build a silo where you provide food, and these miscreants, these people that attack infrastructure decide to set fire on it. We are like 10 steps backward, because a lot of investment that have actually been put into that particular thing considered to be waste. And that's why we keep saying that it's fundamental that we must take the issue of security, very much important, so that even when you build the structure, when you build the infrastructure, some of those things can last longer even than your existence as the current governor of that particular state, which you create a relief and bring growth. You can imagine if there is peace in Benue, A lot of people will live here, want to go to that particular area, invest the resources that they have so that they can. A lot of that are actually happening, and it even be a challenge to some of the states that have land. You go there, learn, and come and replicate such, and we have surplusity of food. So if you ask me, because of the failure of insecurity in some of these states and the current architecture we have, the states are not doing enough, because if they are doing so much, we will be able to take the security above, and whatever infrastructure they invest in, we can see it, living longer than their own time or the period at which they created those things.
All right, so let's look at the future outlook. Given the current trend and situation, do you foresee inflation easing at any time? Now I'm talking about the third quarter and the fourth quarter going forward.
Yeah, well, because a lot that has actually been carried out in the area of support for this agricultural thing and not to me properly managed. We still have diversion of funds in some areas. Remember the last administration, a lot was actually invested. And I think that by now, we should be enjoying so much availability of some of these food produce. But what we have seen is that we've been having inflation increasing on a monthly basis compared to the preceding year. I feel that government needs to be intentional if this must come down. And the area I will continue to focus on is the area of security. When the area is secured, those that are internally displaced can get back to their business. Didi, I can ask this question. If there is unrest in our state as we speak, as professionals that are supposed to be on this call this morning in your office, will you be available to carry out your duty? The answer is no. Yeah. And that's why we feel that a lot of businesses are actually growing in some region because of the secured environment or the security that they are enjoying. And that's why we are putting it before the government that they should try as much as possible to provide the security and make those that are internally displaced get back to the business. This is what, in fact, a lot of people have said that the current situation will continue to increase our population, because when you don't engage in any activity than just to be seeing your spouses and be looking at one another, all you continue to do is to be producing more children that will not actually have anything to do. You can imagine those years, you produce these children and you engage them in farming, even when they are not going to school, and they contribute to the bottom line of the economic growth. But as we speak, a lot of them are not even being engaged in some of these things, and it's really not. So for me, I don't see any improvement coming in time, in the sense that security must be given priority for infrastructure that is actually being developed by the government to actually work. If you give so much money to people, they will divert it and hide under that insecurity and will not get the desired result that is expected of it.
All right. So finally, sir, as a risk analyst that you are, a financial risk analyst, what do you think, is the most underreported threat to Nigeria's food security? And now that we're not yet talking enough about the most underreported food security that we're not really hitting hard on, can you help us analyze on that a little bit before we go, sir?
Yeah, the area that we are not actually addressing is expanding the scope. Every state, it's equipped with vast land to produce for the states where they are. And I will continue to say this. A lot of people might say, oh, our land cannot produce this. Where do we now make use of comparative advantage? You can imagine if it's in the south, we can grow maybe rice, we can grow maybe beans, and the other states are producing pepper. We can have an exchange to say, okay, I will produce this and bring to the bottom line, and you'll be able to contribute. A lot of state government are really not intentional in the area of this agricultural produce. And that's why we give kudos to Lagos State government. You understand the plight of not having vast land to actually carry agricultural produce. And he has actually made available funds in collaboration with states that are actually interested. And that was what he launched, I think, last week, of over $500 billion in area of food creation, in such a way that people can avail themselves of some of these funds. But an area that I consider also monitor critically is monitoring such funds that are actually being disbursed to make sure that funds disbursed for agricultural produce are not used in actually getting to the village bank to go and marry more wives or thinking that you have arrived. Proper monitoring also assists to avoid the risk of actually going back to status quo when you think that you're actually creating a leverage of excusing or coming out of the food inflation. We must monitor properly even when we disburse funds, and they provide security that is expected in all the states. Let other states that have this other land also go into agricultural produce as against this development in area of building houses that people cannot even afford. It's when you eat, you think about getting an accommodation for yourself. And don't forget, amidst the Abraham Maslow hierarchy, one of the basic things that you consider is food, security, and shelter. Shelter is good, but food is fundamental. It's when you eat that you can consider having a good network, a good shelter to provide yourself. And security plays a key role in meeting the other two at the bottom level of Abraham Maslow law, to make sure that you have the good food expected and the shelter provided for yourself.
Thank you so much, Mr. Olusegun Okunade. He is a policy and economic expert. Thank you for your time this morning.
Appreciate your time, sir. Have a great day.
Thank you very much. It's always beautiful to start the week with the DD, and I wish all our viewers very wonderful week.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, the second part of our conversation on business money. Stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, Our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Welcome back to Business Money. Now let's move on to our second conversation for today.
So interior design in Nigeria is a growing sector and is reflecting both traditional cultural influences and also modern trends. The industry is seeing increased investment in residential and also commercial spaces, which is leading to a demand for skilled interior designers. Nigerian designers are also competing with international brands, and they are also contributing significantly to the nation's GDP through local production and services. Traditional Nigerian design incorporates elements like tribal art, woven textiles, and also vibrant colors, drawing inspiration from diverse ethnic groups such as the Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa.
Interior design is viewed as a significant contributor to Nigeria's economy, which local designers potentially replacing foreign companies and boosting the GDP through local production, tax revenue, and faster turnaround times. While the industry is growing, challenges remain, including a lack of awareness about the importance of professional interior design services, power issues, and the need for sustainable and multi-generational design practices.
Joining us to exhume the high influence of interior design to Nigeria's economy is Dr. Victory Njoku, CEO, and also Creative Director, Vicky Heldan Interior Design.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us this beautiful morning.
Good morning.
So good to have you join us here in Good Business Morning this morning.
So let's look at how interior design has evolved over the past decade in terms of economic contribution. How would you say it has evolved?
Over the years, I would tell you one thing for sure is that the awareness is brewing and the industry is growing as well, because we have a lot of creative individuals from artisans to design professionals as well in the country that has really honed their skills over the years. And I believe that in a few years' time, it will be something to really reckon with in the country. So I can tell you that it's growing for sure. The industry is growing.
All right, can you speak to any data or even trends that show the financial value that interior design adds to the Nigerian economy?
Okay, yes. I think between 2023 and 2024, it was stated that the GDP of the interior design industry has contributed greatly to the GDP of Nigeria. I think about $1.8 billion in a year.
Wow.
In terms of manufacturing, furniture manufacturing, decorative art, as well as designers as well, people that creatives.
All right. So now let's look at the sectors in Nigeria that are benefiting most or are being influenced most by by professional interior design services. Which of the
Yeah, I would tell you this for sure. Interior design I think has been really, really effective in the hospitality sector, healthcare sector, as well as real estate. Most importantly, yes, real estate and retail. Because this is a way of creating. It's been infused to create a conducive and environment for clients as well as the business owners to thrive. which is geared towards boosting the economy at the end of the day.
All right. So, how has interior design contributed to job creation and entrepreneurship in Nigeria?
Oh, it has contributed greatly to job creation because we have had a number of businesses that have established factories, employed artisans, trained them as well. Because for us, for what we are doing, for what our company is doing right now is education. So we are doing more education and educating more creative individuals on how to create sustainable creative business, especially interior designers, project managers, architectural designers, furniture manufacturers. We're doing that with our platform known as the Mastery with Vicky Helden platform and the business. So the event is called the Business of Interior Design Masterclass, where individuals come to hone their skills. And we believe that with more platforms, we are able to create awareness and impact the knowledge needed to build bold, scalable, and sustainable interior design businesses. Yeah.
All right,
that would add to the economy, and this would boost the economy down the line.
Okay, now that leads to my next question. Let's look at the economic advantage critically. Now, do you think the interior space brings Nigeria to the real estate market, economic-wise, do you think?
Economic-wise, it has added value to the real estate market because I feel like people are getting aware, individuals are getting aware, and as urbanization transcends from one level to another, we are experiencing awareness, and it's brewing more middle-class individuals and creating awareness within them to understand that they need a more aesthetically pleasing and functional environments to thrive. So I believe down the line, with more awareness and more ideology building this industry, we understand that it would push the economy better and it would improve the Nigerian economy, because urbanization is taking place in different states across, from the southeast, southwest, the north, central, all of that. It's going fast, and we believe that, I mean, it would grow. It would grow at the end of the day.
So do you believe interior design can enhance property valuation and even investment appeal? If you think so,
yeah, it
can.
Yeah. It can down the line. Like I said before, the awareness is is brewing up, and people are understanding that they need to create an atmosphere and a conducive environment, and and a functional environment, most importantly. So it's actually growing. I believe that in a few years down the line, it would be highly impactful. The industry would really stand out because the awareness is brewing up, and we're optimistic about it.
All right.
Yes.
We hope that it actually, stand out at the end. But what are the challenges in the interior design business right now in regards to the economy?
There are a whole lot of challenges. There are a whole lot of challenges. We encounter challenges with production, because we are not able to. We haven't trained more artisans in the field of this business. That's a challenge. We have individuals who are already in the industry who are coming out. I mean, that's a challenge as well. But then we have to see how the government can synergize with the private sectors who are doing what they can do to improve production production-wise, furniture, all of that. Train people, train artisans, train creative individuals in this field, so we have more skilled hands to produce more items for the industry.
Okay,
as
you said earlier that there are master classes for interior design. So now you just spoke about artisans and there not being enough artisans. So the master classes that the interior designers do, don't they, accommodate trainings for artisans so they can accommodate the number of developments you guys can cover as interior designers in Nigeria?
Yeah, so what it is that we are focused on the core. So let's say now you're a manufacturer. So whatever it is you come to learn or whatever knowledge you will impact into you, you take it back to your factory or to your production house to infuse that into your staffs. So I mean, when you make impact, it grows. You understand, it grows. So let's say a manufacturer comes in and takes part in a masterclass on how to build structure into their business, as well as identifying their niche and all of that. They go back to their factories and execute these plans accordingly.
Okay.
So
Okay.
that's what we basically do.
Do you think the business of interior design has a place in the global markets, or is it just a Nigerian thing or African thing?
No, it has a place in the local market, because I tell you one thing for sure. The interior design industry is contributing about, I mean, in Africa, is contributing about $30 billion to the African economy yearly. And I'll tell you one thing for sure, that interior design is essential, because at the end of the day, you're creating a conducive environment. You're creating that would actually boost business and economy of an environment. So one way or the other, it is highly imperative. It's highly imperative. It's important, and it's growing, and it's we're very optimistic, and we're very hopeful that even the government would actually synergize and collaborate with individuals like us that are trying to make the economy that are trying to boost the industry for a better economic growth.
All right,
so I believe so, yeah.
So finally, how can the industry be positioned to contribute to Nigeria's non-oil export economy? You know, what are those local products that we have that can be sent out there in the global markets, so to speak?
Okay, we have from in the interior design, in the world of interior design for Africa, especially Nigeria, we have home fragrances, we have all of that, natural fragrances from woods. We have a lot of woods here, and we have beautiful artifacts that are made, artworks that could be valued at a great amount once it's exported, because I mean, art is a big deal across the world. And furnitures as well. We have good furnitures. We have good wood here that could be processed. And also, I'm even saying that investors should start coming in, and the government should start seeing how they can create incentives for investors that are investing in the creative sector, especially the design sector.
Yeah. All right.
So where do you see the interior design business in the next 5 years? Well, instead of 5 years, let's look at the third quarter and fourth quarter of this year. Where do you see the interior design business?
Oh, I see it growing. I see it because I tell you one thing for sure. It's about creativity, and it's about having something outstanding from the norm. So I say from the hospitality sector, I believe there will be a transformative growth and impact. The interior design industry is going to be really impactful, especially in the hospitality as well as the retail sector, because I believe that people want conducive environment. They want an environment that they can relate to. And I believe it's growing, and it's going to be really, really, because with the awareness that is going on right now and the efforts that is being put in place, I believe it's going to be a good one.
All right. So we've been talking to Dr. Victory Njoku, CEO and Creative Director, Vicky Heldon's group. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank
we really
you.
do appreciate
Thank you too. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll go on a
Thank you
quick
for having
break.
me.
We'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we have more for you. Stay with us. All right, the conversations today budgeting around food inflation and also the business of interior design in Nigeria. And I'm just going to give my take on the food inflation, while Destiny would give her take on the interior design business, because I'm sure you have so much love for interior design. So for me, I think the only solution to the food inflation is obviously to curb insecurity, to curb flooding, and for people who are bearing the brunt of food inflation, we have to get strategic solutions for them. That's like the only solution to it. And I think Nigeria should actually do more mitigation farming rather than what we are doing now. So we don't have to wait for other states to actually produce food. And when there's a problem in that state, everyone has to bear the brunt of it. So I think that's the solution, or else food inflation is still going to remain a sharp bite when it comes to Nigeria and the economy. So that's just my take.
All right, so my take on interior designs adding to Nigeria's economy, Nigeria's GDP. We heard her when Dr. Njoku was talking. She made it clear that interior design brings about $30 billion into Africa's economy.
Are we sure about that figure?
We might still go about checking it, but I'm sure as an expert, she should know one or two, about that. And then the aspect of it adding to the non-oil exports. It's really good. Nigerians or even Africans, we are gifted with some artisans designs that even when you see it, like on my way to work, I saw a design on the roadside, local, but it's pouring water. It's like a water fountain. It was really beautiful. And that can really add to, export markets and really bring so much to the Nigerian economy, if you ask me.
Right. That's too much that we can take on Business Morning this morning. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for joining us. My name is Deborah Eze.
And I'm Destiny Momo. Thank you.
Keep watching Business Day Television.
Welcome to Today in History here on bdtv, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped our economies and the business world. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, July 28th.
On this day in 1914, World War I began. Using the assassination of the Austrian Archduke Francis Ferdinand and his wife Sophie, Duchess of Hohenberg, by a Bosnian Serb as a pretext to present Serbia with an unacceptable ultimatum, Austria-Hungary declared war on the Slavic country, sparking World War I. The international conflict lasted from 1914 to 1918. It embroiled most of the nations of Europe, along with Russia, the United States, the Middle East, and other regions. The war pitted the Central Powers, mainly Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Turkey, against the Allies, mostly France, Great Britain, Russia, Italy, Japan, and from 1917, the United States. It ended with the defeat of the Central Powers. The war was virtually unprecedented in the slaughter, carnage, and destruction it caused. World War I was one of the greatest watersheds of the 20th century geopolitical history. It led to the fall of great imperial dynasties in Germany, Russia, Austria-Hungary, and Turkey. It resulted in the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia and the destabilization of European society. World War I resulted in over 17 million deaths, 10 million military, and 7 million civilian. and more than 21 wounded with massive destruction across Europe. The war cost the world over $350 billion when adjusted to modern value, collapsed empires, redrew national borders, and left economies heavily damaged and societies deeply scarred. Its aftermath set the stage for global instability and eventually World War II. And on this day in 1958, National Aeronautics and Space Administration (NASA), independent U.S. governmental agency, was established for the research and development of vehicles and activities for the exploration of space within and outside Earth's atmosphere. NASA has 4 main directorates focused on aviation, space science, technology, and human space exploration. It operates through several major research centers, including those in Maryland, California, Texas, and Virginia, with its headquarters in Washington, D.C. NASA was created in response to the Soviet launch of Sputnik in 1957, building on the earlier National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics (NACA). Under President Kennedy, it launched the Apollo program, which successfully landed the first man on the moon in 1969. In total, 24 astronauts traveled to the moon, with 12 walking on its surface, while later uncrewed missions explored the broader solar system. And on this day in 2005, the Provincial Irish Republican Army, also known as IRA, announced an end to its armed campaign in the group's efforts to free Northern Ireland from the United Kingdom's rule. The Irish Republican Army, formed in 1919 from the Irish Volunteers, aimed to end British rule in Northern Ireland and reunify Ireland. It used guerrilla tactics during the Irish War of Independence and later split into factions, with the provincial IRA continuing the armed struggle in the late 20th century.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Noma Obona. Keep watching BDTV.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obijabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is a big story on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and today we're focusing on Nigeria's perceived corruption index. For years, Nigeria has won the label World's Capital for fraud, and its global reputation stained by persistent headlines, viral email scams, and a corruption index that many accept without scrutiny. But what if I told you that the narrative is far from the full picture, maybe even the opposite of the truth? Behind the noise lies data, hard numbers, suggesting that what the world believes about Nigeria may be more stereotype than substance. Consider this: 71% of the so-called Nigerian prince scams originate not from Nigeria, but from the United States. Nigeria ranks 6th and not 1st in global cybercrime. Nigerian fintech companies, they boast lower fraud rates than their US counterpart, and the world is now licensing Nigerian anti-fraud technology. So the real question today is this: is the world's view of Nigeria's corruption grounded in evidence or built on an outdated perception that's costing billions in lost opportunity? Well, to answer this and so much more is Uchechukwu Ajuziogu, is a US-based Nigerian enterprise tech leader who's been vocal about reframing the narrative backed by data and not dogma. Welcome to the show, Uchechukwu.
Very much. It's very awesome to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here this morning. Let's begin with the nitty-gritty. What would you say is really behind Nigeria's global image of being linked to fraud and corruption, even when the data says otherwise?
I would say it's been of actual bias. You know, there has been data to actually show that this is not who we are. We are not in the list of the ranking for countries globally, but it has been overlooked because it don't fit certain type of stereotype. And over the years, it has become a very standard practice for people globally to actually refer to Nigerians as actually scam. So this specific data has been there. It just took time and going into the rabbit hole for people like me to actually dig it out and actually find it out. So it's really all about bias and also supporting negative stereotypes. So now that we have this specific data there now, it's going to change the whole negative narrative a bit.
Right. I looked through a little bit of your research and leadership experience, and it paints a very different picture. Walk us through, some of the biggest myths versus facts, like the fraud rates or the origin of these online scams that we see.
Well, the thing there has been, will always be scams, right? It has been really happening, right? Now we have been to hear about Nigerian fraud, but we don't know much about advance fee fraud, which is prevalent in most of the advanced countries, right? So the start of this fraud thing has been from a very kind of cynical point of view, where we've had people from different countries who do so many different types of fraud. And one of the most notorious forms of that fraud is advance fee fraud. This is a fraud where, they use phishing emails to reach out to most of the companies and, claim to be what they are actually not. And this fraud is prevalent across most of the advanced countries: US, Romania, Russia, China, right? It's a whole lot of them around this thing. And at the end of the day, it's now because of Nigeria being in the mix. It's now referred to the fact that most countries and most of the reports now decide to point Nigeria in this kind of negative light. But then when you look at very serious, data points from a group that is called UCLA, they did a research report as to why does it look like Nigeria is being featured a lot in form of this fraud when it's not really true. We discovered that most of the times when these media try to report stories regarding fraud and things like that, tend to put Nigeria in the topic because if they don't put Nigeria in the mix, they don't get clicks, they don't get view. So we now discover that it's anytime they put Nigeria in this mix, they get 340% increase in their views. So you can realize that irrespective of this fraud thing, not coming from Nigeria, it's coming from US, Canada, Russia, so many of these advanced countries to fit the stereotype, to support the negative narrative. Nigeria comes in mix and they keep on using it as a kind of a recursive frame to put it out there. And this part of what is the issue that we're actually facing.
All right, so if I hear you correctly, there's a part of Nigeria being a good conversation starter, if you ask me, just being that fixing Nigeria in somewhere, you just get people to pay more attention, right? And let's talk about the striking irony that we have here, because we've been often accused of cybercrime, but now we're seeing that we're producing some of the world's best anti-fraud technology. Now, what would you say is the reason for that innovation, and why is the world now turning to Nigerian built solutions? Because I saw that also in your article.
Yeah, the thing, Nigeria has been forced to actually, when you're being labeled a fraudulent country, when you don't do such in a very big, you tend to take the heat for most of the negative things. So over the years, we've actually seen an increase in most of the foreign companies who have actually restricted Nigerians from actually using most of their payments platform, such as PayPal, Wise, so many of them. Nigerians can't use things. And this led to Nigerians, smart innovators we have, coming up to be incredible systems that work, which we're using to access international payments and, creativity. And this is a thing, because when you try to raise funding as an American or a white person, you don't really need to go through.
Uchechukwu, I'm sorry, we can't hear you anymore, so you might need to turn on your audio. We've lost your audio right now, but just before we lost your audio, you were speaking about the fact that obviously there's always some success born out of ingenuity, and perhaps that was the case for Nigeria, because having been accused of cybercrime for the longest time, now we're producing some of the world's best anti-fraud technology, and we're seeing some of the best fintech platforms. If you ask me, you talk about the likes of Andela, we talk about Flutterwave. There are a number of them, and they're making Nigeria proud on a global scale, and really there's innovation there. Uchechukwu, do we have you now? So this is also one challenge that we still have in Nigeria, the challenge of technology. We're still, even while we're almost there, but we still have the struggles here and there from wonky internet and some of those challenges that we keep facing. But we'll go on a quick break and we'll be right back.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, nothing from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within.
Welcome back. This is still the big story on the BDTV Breakfast Show. And just before we went on the break, we were talking all about Nigeria's corruption index. We're talking about the fact whether it's a reality or if it, if it's a perception or wrong perception. And I was speaking with Uche Chukwu, who is well versed in this in this area, talking about technology, fraud, corruption, and the likes. And we were talking all about Nigerian solutions and how Nigeria has now become one of the world's leading, solution provider when it comes to anti-fraud technology. And Uchechukwu was speaking to us. So Uchechukwu, you were talking on, speaking to the fact that Nigeria has probably gone through the challenging time and is now maybe leveraging its ingenuity. Talk to me about that. If you could just unmute your mic because we can't hear you.
All right.
All right, please go ahead.
Nigeria. All right. So, like I was saying, over the years, we had to face issues where we couldn't use international platforms, right? We just couldn't use platforms like PayPal and etc. So over the years, really affected how we Nigerians could earn, how we could access, global or global needs. And over this whole course of time, we've seen it's stepping to build innovative financial products. And this did not come because of we really needed it. It came because it was a necessity, because Nigerians and we couldn't raise funding just because we could just send pitch decks. So let me kind of set the whole narrative here. When a white man, when a Western person wants to raise funding for particular, fintech, they don't need to go through the rigorous scrutiny that we go through. So they could just come up and present themselves with, let's say, kind of a PowerPoint presentation, and they'll get funding, right? But for Nigerians, because of the stigma, because of the negative narratives behind us, we've had to go through the point where we had to do a whole lot of compliance, meeting certain, key needs before we could even meetings with foreign investors. So you can see that it was nothing, we couldn't just walk away in and start raising funding. So this whole thing led to building innovative products, innovative cybersecurity products that are being used not just by Nigeria today, but globally. And we've been able to see a whole lot of Nigerian fintech companies who have been able to make great scale, do a whole lot of great things because of this. So it's more like an ingenuity, more like something that had to be done because there was no option for that. We didn't have the same advantage our other counterparts had.
Things that stood out for me in your research was the statistic you pointed out to us. You mentioned that $2.1 billion is being lost in Nigeria annually, and this is due to false perception. So talk to me about the human cost here. How have the stereotypes translated into discrimination in visas, job hiring, and investment?
We've lost a lot of opportunities for those of the young folks who are trying to do global gigs, freelancers. It's difficult to receive payments using international platforms. It's more difficult to get visas, right? Even if you're a global researcher who has done a whole lot of great things, just having the green passport is enough to get you rejected for no reason, right? So there are a whole lot of things that has been against us because of this false narrative. Getting jobs, getting visas, traveling for different conferences, things like that is really affecting a lot of the young population because they can't really expand because of these particular dynamics. And this is one of the reasons why, if you look at when you go through my work, you now realize that we had a case of a certain Okafor who was, let go from her job because of her Nigerian threats. So these are things that really affect us, and it's not really a very good thing. If it continues this way, if we don't change the certain narrative, we will end up with having a large population who are young, but they won't be able to get access to, global gigs, global freelancing deals, access to actually travel and all those things, because the whole world frowns upon Nigerians just because of a false narrative. And that's why this particular research is very necessary to clear that particular bias.
You've spoken about this false narrative, but I mean, right now, from Microsoft to Stripe, we're seeing some global players admit that they perhaps underestimated Nigerian talent. Are we witnessing a turning point of some sort, or is this still performative at the top?
At this point, it could be both. But at the same time, we are seeing great strides. We are seeing people who, even since this work was launched, we've gotten people who have top people who are working in top companies globally, government agencies who have actually started to say, this is a good, very good narrative. We didn't know this was not it. And you realize that most of what people know about Nigerian fraud is what they had, is something that they don't even have the data, they don't even have the core data. And ever since this actually came out, it's been more of people realizing that there is more than it meets the eye. And over this course of time, we are going to be seeing some kind of changes towards the needs of about policies that might be met by those who are the upper level, who might be able to use works like this to come up with effective policies that would help to mitigate the disparity between Nigeria and the rest of the world.
Right, and you did mention the German post-World War II model as an example of reputation rehabilitation. What are some of the practical lessons that Nigeria can take from that in reshaping our global perception through policy and then reform?
Well, it's necessary to have stakeholder discussion, right? We can't go further. Even using the German model, there were a whole lot of things done by the other side. But at the end of the day, they had to come together and say, okay, look, this is where we are bad at, this is where we're good at, and this is where we can come together to make certain kind of changes. Over the years, we've been having news reports or negative reports on Nigeria, especially from the media, most of the media, and we need to come up with effective policies and discuss with the enforcement, those that enforce laws, the police, the EFCC, folks like that. There has to be a combined policy discussion with different stakeholders who are in the basics of this financial ecosystem, right? To come up with policies that would help to mitigate these things. And that is one aspect that the Nigerian people and the Nigerian government can use. And that is part of the German post-war reconciliation tactic. There are many others, but we need to come together as a society, as a group, to come up with effective policy, because we don't really have a strong policy on this. Most of the Nigerians believe that they are a country that does fraud in a big way. Meanwhile, they are not. And they've gotten used to accepting it that, oh, I didn't get this because I'm Nigerian. But someone from another country who is doing worse than Nigeria can get a visa and not get denied without any reason. There has to be some policy, some group discussion, some kind of stakeholder level group to talk about how to come up with plans and policies so that Nigerians would not be given that backhand by the global, world. We need to do better, and that is by having important discussions policy-wise.
Chechuku Ajuziogu, US-based Nigerian enterprise tech leader. Thank you for joining us on The Big Story this morning.
Thank you very much. I'm very much obliged. Thank you.
Well, this has been The Big Story on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us. Hello and welcome to The Big Story here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we get to discuss key issues shaping our economy and our nation at large. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Today we're looking at...
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, nothing from my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome to the social listening here on BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we discuss some of the biggest stories making the rounds on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I am Onyeka Valentine.
Right, let's get in the conversation today. Some Ghanaians have taken to the streets of Accra over the weekend chanting Nigerians must go. Talk about a comeback.
This is a reflection of 1983.
Exactly. Now it's Nigerians must go. Now this protest happened at the busy Obra spot with a sea of red clothes, Ghana flags, and placards carrying angry words like end kidnapping, end armed robbery, end prostitution, and our kids are getting missing because of Nigerians. Now, a female protester shouted, Nigerians must go because you cannot be in someone's country and be doing anyhow. Those are some of the writings on the wall that we see on some of the placards. Now, this anger isn't a recent happening. Tensions have been building after repeated crimes blamed on foreigners, and Nigerians are now being targeted as the cause. One protester even linked the unrest to the death of a Ghanaian High Commission official who was killed during a robbery in Abuja. And the background of all of this is the controversy over the installation of an Igbo king in Ghana, Eze Chukwudi Ihenetu, which caused backlash and tension. Well, tensions. Valentine, do you think this is getting intense? Do you think this is about the crimes, or is this outright, will we call it xenophobia?
You know, again, it might be unfair to choose a side, but let us look at it from an angle of a vintage point. You know, they say, yes, I'll tell you. You know, they say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, and history always has a way of being remembered, especially if it keeps throwing that at the same spot. Again, it's a turn that doesn't strike twice in the same spot. But in this case, it's about to strike twice. But will it be in the favor of Nigerians or Ghanaians? Most definitely, it will not be in the favor of Africans, the way they see us out there. Travel abroad, some people outside Africa, some people believe that Africa is a big country. That is being quite naive. But truth be told, the more we entertain xenophobic acts like this, or whether you want to call it xenophobia or not, but put it this way, the more we entertain this kind of ideology where once there's form of unrest, a particular group of people must leave, the more we keep doing that, the more they see us as divided, and the West capitalize on it. Now, back to the matter. I would not rub it far off from what the protest is about. Whether they are saying, look, kidnapping is now on the rise, or armed robbery on the rise, or as the case may be. Every country has its own challenges. That is the hard part. Men looking at Ghanaians and Nigerians, if they're in a room, you wouldn't know who is from where. So anyone can be an armed robber or a kidnapper in a country. The sad thing is that because there's been tension, like rightly said, building up, let's just generalize and say this is some foreigners, and because you have more of Nigerians, they may be the one who are perpetrating such crime. However, in trying to diffuse and see if the story is actually true, let us really get the side of the, I don't want to use word politicians, but people of prominence. Let someone who can come out the way Shagari came out in 1983 and declare that, look, Ghanaians and other, African foreigners must leave because they're making a mess of the nation at the time. Whether this is a reprisal act, way of saying, let us give them back what they did to us when we were in 1983, which was 17th of January, whether it is what it is or not. But the question is, give and take. Is this the way to go? You have people holding placards and saying, Nigerians must go, Nigerians must go. They're also talking about other African countries, but it is narrowed down more on Nigerians because maybe we're the predominant, foreign people in that nation. However, this is not making a case for Nigerians, even though we're Nigerians. It's good to call a spade a spade. If you're in another person's country, you must abide by the rules, right? The rules doesn't act any differently. There's no, okay, let's judge this person give a lighter issue or lighter approach to some crime because this person is from a different country. No. Once you get into a country, you are supposed to abide by the rules and regulations. However, had such crime been perpetrated, if such crime is, you are liable to go to jail, which is enough to do what? To put whoever it is has done that and a group of people in check. Now it has moved to the point of Nigerians must go. Several other Africans or foreigners must go. But again, it's weighing down on Nigeria. So the big question now still remains is that what is motivating this thing? You cannot tell me it's just kidnapping and armed robbery. Before Nigerians started flowing to Ghana, you already had armed robbers and kidnappers there. Just where you have them in America, you have them around the world. Now, whether you have them more in Ghana than you have them in Nigeria, that's not really the case, because we also have kidnappers and criminals here. Some of them are from neighboring countries too, right? So the sad part is you can't even identify who is who, because we all have the same skin color, we look the same way. Only when you open your mouth to talk, you cannot tell this person is Nigerian, or as the case may be. However, it's a little more difficult because most Nigerians, most Ghanaians, when they talk, because they're so used to communicating with Nigerians, they might not even have a Ghanaian accent, right? You hear their music now. The pidgin English they speak there and when we speak here kind of flows the same. The only difference you probably hear Chale and other words within. So it's difficult to tell who is who. So who is perpetrating the crime? We don't know yet. Has any major official come out to say this amount of Nigerians has been caught doing this thing? So because of this, we want to make a major move. Has the president himself come out to champion the move just the way, our president then in 1983 did? If that be the case, then it becomes a proper pronouncement. However, right now, it's just people who are putting themselves together saying this group of people must go.
We can't, one thing is for sure, we can't be that bad. Or are we that bad? Because there's South Africa where there's also a little bit of xenophobia. And if I remember correctly, it's still Nigeria. And then you're thinking Ghana, our brother, our closest brother again, is still Nigeria. No, surely we can't be that bad. Or is this a case of, it's one of two things. Either, perhaps maybe we're that bad, or maybe this is a case of just being, Nigerians have a very threatening persona. Maybe we're just so special that you feel like, this guy's come. Because Nigerians go to every country and they are thriving. They dominate. We have that personality. So it could just be a little bit of insecurity. But what can we do? It's not our fault. You up your game as well. Because some of these people get very laid back and they're just like, oh my goodness, how is this person in my country thriving? No.
You just let the cat out of the bag. In South Africa, thank God you've been there. I've also been there. So I've seen how, look, it will shock you that someone will get up in the morning as late as 9, sit back and you're complaining. Complaining that what the government didn't give you, what they just give you monthly. Because they're giving it to you. So you become lazy and complacent.
Right.
This I have seen. And I asked the question, why aren't you guys going to work? So the government takes care of us. I mean, in Nigeria, it's not that they don't take care of you. As if you work and you are expecting your gratuity, that's fine. But a young fellow within the ages of say 25 to 30,
you can't wait on the government.
A Nigerian will not even wait for, even if he's being given money by the government. It is in our spirit to hustle. That's what they say in Nigeria, they carry last.
Anyway, let's move on now. I mean, we're still talking about something that maybe is xenophobia. Now let's come to Lagos, where human rights and the activist Omoyele Sowore has slammed what he calls xenophobia and ethnic baiting over the renaming of the Charlie Boy bus stop. Now, this bus stop, which was once named after entertainer and activist Charles Oputa, known popularly as Charlie Boy, was recently renamed Bado Olamide bus stop after the popular famous rapper Olamide Adedeji. Now, Sowore says this whole controversy is another tactic to raise voices that challenge power, saying Lagos has always been built by many people: Yoruba, Igbo, Ijaw, Hausa, and even Sierra Leonean returnees, and that no single group owns the Lagos state, which I completely agree to. But let's see some of the reactions on social media, because we weren't able to take the reactions earlier. Right. But really, what are your thoughts on this conversation? What are your thoughts on this conversation?
Sowore is someone who is a force to reckon with when it comes to knowledge, when it comes to some certain things about the nation that borders on our patriotism. So we must take his word as a source of information. Now, you rename a street, there must be a reason. Is it that the street is not functioning the way it should function because
what's the basis for the renaming?
So I want to keep aside any cultural or religious or ethnic differences aside. Let us face it squarely, right? It being the previous name, Charlie Boy Bus Stop? Did it gain what we call did we see a rise in business around that area? Did that area become a business hub where people can come together? Did the housing around that place increase the quality of life? When you say, where do you stay? I stay around Bagada area, close to Charlie. Oh, okay, I know that place. Nice. Is it that housing around that area became, more sorted out for that we're adding money to the GDP? If that be the case, then it worked. But if it's that because of that name, that area became a haven for criminals, became a haven for, if it affected that area negatively, then I'll say, okay, change it. But if it hasn't affected negatively, then there's no basis to change it. Absolutely. Now you've changed it to what now? Bado. Seriously. Don't even think that will open the room for
you're even emphasizing Bado. No, really, if you think about it, yes, Bado, but
Bado.
Not even Olamide, but Bado.
Yeah, so the question is, you know what I mean? So bad, right? There's no word in the dictionary that actually spells that word comes out anything great. I'm not saying the previous name was even formal fantastic, but I'm saying if you must change it, if you change it to say, and it's not me hating on Bado for any reason or Olamide, I'm just saying the way it's coming out,
Gudo.
Well, again, even if you say it's now called from Charlie Boy Bus Stop to what's the name of that Afro Juju performer again?
Shino Peters.
No, Shino Peters. If you say Shino Peters, I'll say, okay, well, you want to rank at that age creatively, or you say King Sunny Ade within that age.
Yes, King Sunny Ade
Bus Stop.
People might not.
I'll be to say, okay, wait a minute, But so I am seeing it from an angle of let us belittle this fellow by giving it to a younger person who's like his son within the entertainment angle. This is part of it. So I'm removing the angle of what people are saying, oh, maybe bigotry or looking at it as some, what's the word again I'm looking for? Cultural or ethnic. Remove all that. Let us see from the angle of were they trying to belittle the name, saying,
surely that can be it, because that wasn't the only bus stop that was renamed.
That was named.
So I think that's where my own I have my own concerns, because I'm just wondering, is it like you guys just sit and you're thinking, what next can we do? I mean, we're so idle.
Do you understand?
Because why are we changing bus stop names? Because that wasn't the only bus stop.
Of course.
So, but this one was the one that really, Charlie Boy came online and says, how he's very vocal. Comes online and said I like his post. I wish we had that post. He talked about, he said that legacy is not on his signboard. So even if you decide to erase my legacy in that bus stop, because it wasn't the one that asked for it when it began to be called Charlie Boy Bus Stop, if you recall. So it says something in a post. It says, oh, you think by erasing it and putting Charlie, making it Bado Bus Stop, you think you erase my legacy, but legacy is not written on the signboard, and I held that.
There's something we're not seeing. Let's be honest. When you say you turn into you change the name to Bado Bus Stop, don't you think that will attract people who are actually bad and Let's look at the Bado bus stop.
You just have a problem with that Bado thing. The way you're like Bado bus stop.
No, but really think about it. No, I'm not sure they thought about it.
Yeah, King.
Move to it. Something what I'm saying. So if you look at it, Charlie Boy and then King Sunny Ade, they were just within the age range, So if you really felt it's time to change it,
not Bado.
So you simply just did what? You just simply declined it. So in Google search, check for Bado bus.
No, that doesn't even make no sense. No, really. On a serious note, there's no time that even makes sense. Really, why Bado? Why is that even a thing? If you even made it Olamide,
that would make sense. Okay.
No, but even what's the basis of it? I see where Showere is coming from when he says that. Is this like an ethnic baiting thing? Because are we trying to make everywhere? What really is behind it? Why that bus stop? There's so many bus stops in Lagos. I'm just thinking of this, so many bus 11 is this. Look, why are we changing? Why are we doing?
Again, there's something we also need to see. Let us see from the political angle. Now, I don't want to even mention the business angle because again, we are business TV. We follow the business. But in changing those names, there are other. In fact, no. But let us look at the business angle. There are some things we're not seeing, right? There are some registration that has taken place in CAC using those areas as coordinates. if I have my business and my business is around a particular bus stop, and I've sent addresses to my partners, right, either on Google or what we call your name it all, where you can simply just go and search and so places there. My office might be opposite a major bus stop, and then you don't know that area. But when I say, for instance, BusinessDay, right, TV is so place opposite, you know what I mean?
Bado bus stop.
Seriously now.
What's your problem with Bado?
Anyways,
you have a problem? No, okay.
Maybe
let me help them. Gudo bus stop. Maybe that will make things. It's all goody.
Far more ridiculous.
Goody bus stop. Anyway, we have to go now. That's as much as we can take this morning on the social listening segment. We hope you enjoyed it. We'll be back again, same time, same channel, on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I am Onyeka Valentine.
Don't go away.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Markets. Today, July 28th. It's a wonderful morning that we're seeing, and we're going off with the business news making the rounds. We're starting off with Dangote Petroleum Refinery that has marked a significant milestone in its nationwide fuel distribution initiative. The company just received 4,000 brand new CNG trucks in Lagos. These trucks are part of the company's 720 billion investment program aimed at revolutionizing the downstream sector. The refinery plans to commence direct delivery of petrol and diesel to filling stations, industrial plants, and large volume fuel consumers from mid-August, basically eliminating logistics bottlenecks and cutting out middlemen. This initiative is expected to save Nigerians over 1.7 trillion yearly by reducing energy costs, and is expected to benefit about 42 million micro, small, and medium enterprises. The use of the CNG powered trucks is expected to reduce emissions and support the federal government's drive to promote cleaner energy initiatives, and the project is expected to create about 15,000 jobs across the logistics value chain and maybe resuscitate dormant filling stations. Then we're moving on to Dangote Cement. This time, the cement company announced its half-year results for the period ended June 30, 2025, with a pre-tax profit of 730 billion, representing a 149% year-on-year growth and nearly 99.7% of its entire FY 2024 pre-tax profit. The company's profit after tax stood at 520.455 billion, up by around 174% year-on-year, exceeding the entire 2024's full-year profit by 3%. The impressive bottom line performances was driven by top line growth, moderation in direct and overhead costs, and reduction in finance costs. Revenue rose by 18% to 2.1 trillion, while cost of sales grew by modestly by 2.4% to 853.56 billion, expanding gross profit and lifting the gross margin to 59%. Operating profit margin improved to 39% in the first half, up from 31.4% in H1 2024. With profits already surpassing full year 2024 figures, Dangote Cement's solid cost control and improved margin indicate potential for sustained momentum and surpassing 2024's performance in 2025. The impressive earnings is expected to boost investors' confidence in the company's operational resilience and earning quality. Then we'll move on to commodities exports in Africa that declined by 5.6% between 2021 and 2023, primarily due to falling oil prices and reduced export volumes from key producers of oil such as Nigeria, Algeria, and Angola. According to the newly released United Nations Trade and Development Report, the State of Commodity Dependence 2025, the continent's heavy reliance on raw commodity exports makes it vulnerable to price volatility and external shocks. The report reveals that 2/3 of developing countries, including over 80% of the world's least developed countries, are heavily reliant on commodity exports. This dependence hinders economic resilience, leaving nations susceptible to fluctuations in global markets. UNCTAD advises that developing countries exporting over 80% of commodities in raw form are to add value to their exports, enhancing economic stability. Globally, commodities exports account for about 1/3 of international trade, with energy products dominating at 44.5% of global trade. Despite this, the share of energy products has declined from 52.1% a decade ago, reflecting weakening oil prices and evolving global energy demands. Agricultural exports rose 34% to nearly $2.3 trillion, with food products accounting for nearly 90% of the total value. Mining products contributed 23% of world commodity exports, averaging an annual value of $1.65 trillion. According to UNCTAD findings, it emphasizes the need for diversification and value addition in commodity exports to mitigate economic risk and enhance economic resilience. Then we'll move from that to Bua Cement, that reported a significant rebound in its profitability as its net income for Q2 2025 rose by over 500% year-on-year to 99.77 billion. Basically, the company's growth, strong revenue growth, and easing cost pressure drove this performance. The company recorded a revenue of 289.5 billion naira in Q2, marking a 43% year-on-year increase from the same quarter in 2024. However, while in terms of the half-year results, the company recorded a revenue of 580.3 billion naira, up 60% from the 363.9 billion reported in H1 2024. Its cost moderation helped its margin expansion, with its gross profit more than doubling to 147.3 billion naira and its gross margin improving to 51% in Q2 from 32% recorded in Q2 2024. The company recorded a net FX gain of 582.8 million naira in H1 compared to a 40 billion loss reported in H1 2024. This has helped offset its finance cost. The company's operations generated 152 billion in net cash in the first half, and its cash balance more than doubled to 163.4 billion at the end of the half year. With its half-year earnings already outperforming last year's full-year figure, Bua Cement is on track for a record performance in 2025. However, analysts are warning that sustaining margins amid inflation, rising logistic costs, and market competition will be a challenge. After the break, we'll return with updates from the market last week. All right, we're back with reports from the NGX. Last week, we saw the all-share index. Last week, Friday, we saw the all-share index go up by over 1,250 points, in percentage 0.94 percentage points, hitting a new all-time high, crossed the 134,000 mark, now at 134,452.93 points. Year to date, the market has now gone up 30.63%. This has driven the market cap to 85 trillion naira, basically the highest ever seen in naira terms. Then our total traded value for last week Friday was 713.7 million shares, and in terms of value, this is about 24.2 billion naira. Then we'll move on to the top gainers in the market, as we saw Champion Breweries, after a record-setting 2.3 billion net income for H1 2023. Investors put a lot of confidence in that stock. We saw Champion Breweries go up 10% to hit a share price of 12 naira 32 kobo. Ikeja Hotels, after a series of corporate disclosures, also went up 10% to hit a share price of 23 naira 10 kobo. The same was found in Unilever, as there was significant buying, total bidding on that stock. We saw it go up by 10% to hit a share price of 68 naira 20 kobo. Then Nigerian Enamel Wear, another company that went up 9.98%. That was double consecutive days of significant gains. We hit a share price of 27 naira. Then we also see we see the Initiates PLC hitting a record share price 16 naira 13 kobo after gaining 9.95% on Friday. Our losers, we see Triple G down, full sale of Triple G stocks. There was a full offer in Triple G as it lost 10% to trade at a share price of 3 naira 51 kobo. Then Tantalizer PLC. Tantalizer has been up and down for most of 2025. We see Tantalizer up and down for most of 2025. It went down by 8.55% to hit a share price of 2 naira 46 kobo. Suno Assurances down 6.64% to hit a share price of 4 naira 64 kobo. Then we see something similar in Ecobank Transnational Incorporated, down by 5.88% to trade at a share price of 32 naira. And Nimet down by 4.55% on Friday to trade at a share price of 6 naira 50 kobo. Our most actively traded stocks on Friday, we see starting with Access Holdings, that 42.4 million shares at the trading in deals worth about 1.18 billion naira. Universal Insurance, we saw 40.688 million shares in deals worth around 29.7 million naira. Something similar with Tantalizer 32.199 million shares, basically around 32.2 million shares. In deals worth about 83.126 million naira. Pardon. Then GTCO Holdings 28.705 million shares in deals worth about 2.698 billion naira. Ella Lakes, after its EGM, Extraordinary General Meeting on Friday, there was significant trading action on Ella Lakes. On Friday, we saw 26 million Ella Lakes shares exchange hands in deals worth about 260.458 million naira. Then we move on to the weekly market report, where during the week ended July 25, we saw the all share index gain about 2,867 points, marking a weekly return of 2.18%. The last week's performance was one of the weekly performances that has seen the market appreciate by over 30% in under 7 months. During the week, our top gainers started with the Initiates PLC, gaining 60.82% to hit a share price of 16 naira 13 kobo. Academy Press PLC also went up by 33%, rallied by 33% during the week to hit a share price of 9 naira 31 kobo. Enamelware rallied by 32.68% during the week to hit a share price of 27 naira. Then we see something in Wema Bank. Wema Bank went up by a whooping 23.6% to hit a share price of about 19 naira. Presco PLC went up 22.53% to hit a share price of 1,550 naira per share, making its market capitalization now enter the 1.5 trillion naira region. The company is now, in dollar terms, the company has now officially become one of the billion-dollar companies quoted on the NGX. NS Secure Electronic Technology was the top loser last week, losing almost 24%, almost a quarter of its value to go down to 92 kobo. Omatech Ventures down by 23.9% to go down to a share price of 1 naira 24 kobo. Maya PLC, after weeks of rallying, we see Maya PLC now begin to cool off. There's a cooling off of the overbuying effect. We see down 21.4% to hit a share price of 16 naira 50 kobo. Nimet Pharmaceuticals down 19.25% to hit a share price of 6 naira 50 kobo, and ABC, Associated Bus Company, down 18.76% to close at a share price of 4 naira 59 kobo during the week. Among our sectoral performers, all the sectors listed on the NGX, all the sectors tracked by the NGX all rallied last week. We start with the NGX Banking Index. NGX Banking Index gained 1.84% during the week. The Insurance Index gained 3.07%. Consumer Goods Index up 2.81%. Oil and Gas up 0.87%. And Industrial Goods up by 4.66% last week. So there was a rallying throughout in the market. From there, we moved to the global market on Friday. The global markets on Friday saw the Dow Jones Industrial Average hit an all-time high, a new record high of 44,901 points, as there was a rally in Apple stocks. Apple, especially, that is Apple Incorporated, the makers of iPhones and iPads and the iWatches, they rallied significantly on Friday, causing the Dow Jones Industrial Index average to go up significantly. Also, the S&P also hit a new record high, closing almost close to the 6,400 mark after gaining 0.44% on Friday. Nasdaq Composite was also up to cross the 21,000 mark, now after gaining 0.24% on Friday. Then in Asia on Friday, we saw it was mixed performances across the countries. In Japan, it was a 0.88% decline as the Nikkei 225 closed at 41,456 points. Kospi up slightly by 0.18%. That's the Korean index, the index that tracks the performance of the Seoul Exchange, up 3,196 points. Then Hang Seng down by over 1% to close at a share price to close at 25,000 points. Then in Europe, last week was also a mix, as we saw the FTSE down 0.20% after hitting the 9,000 points, crossing firmly into the 9,000 points, crossing firmly into the 9,000 space. FTSE 100 cooled off a bit on Friday. It's now 9,120 points. The CAC went up slightly by 0.21%. Then the DAX index also went down slightly by 0.32%. And on Friday, we saw the Naira not really rally against other currencies, just maintain stability, the corridors of stability against the US dollar 1,533. However, against the euros, it declined slightly from 1,780 to 1,800. And against the British pounds, it also declined slightly to about 2,060 naira. That's all we can take on the market rundown for Friday and for last week. After the break, we're returning with a conversation on Dangote Cement and its performance in H1 2025.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Okay, let's talk earnings now, and we're going to be starting with one of the biggest names on the NGX, Dangote Cement. So basically, the company just released its second quarter result on Friday, and it looks like a very strong showing, basically. So looking at some of the numbers here, we see that they posted a profit after tax of 520.5 billion naira for the first half of 2025. That's a whooping 174% compared to the same period last year. When you look at it, for all of FY 2024, the company posted a profit after tax of about 503 billion, and in just H1 this year, they posted a profit after tax of 520 billion. And look at it, within this same period, this was what we call a major confidence boost for investors. Its revenue climbed by about 18% year on year. In 6 months, the company has made over 2 trillion naira in revenue, but its Nigerian operations is still leading the charge. It accounts for about 60% of its total revenue. Despite inflationary pressures and FX volatility, the company's cost of sales, which is basically its raw materials cost and adjoining costs, rose by just around 2.4%, and this helped boost its overall margins. Earnings before interest, which is like earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization, EBITDA, came in about 944.9 billion, let's say 945 billion naira. And in terms of margin, that was about 45.6% margin. Its Pan-African operations also did well. The company reported about 641 billion from its Pan-African operations. That was about 31% of its total revenue. And during the 6 months period, get this, the company sold 15.7 million tons of cement. This was just a slight decline from what we had in H1 2024. But some people will consider it still impressive considering the tough economic backdrop that we've had. Then we saw their borrowings also rise to about 938 billion during the half year. But in terms of cash, the company still has a healthy cash position of 421 billion naira. With a profit jump of about over 170% and strong cost control, the company is, we say Dangote Cement is cementing its lead in the building material space. So the question now is, can the momentum carry through to the second half of the year? And that's where we have Matilda De Falujo, a research associate at Meristem Securities. Good morning, Matilda.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you.
Okay, so I would start very quickly. Dangote, the cement company, delivered an impressive 520 billion in H1. What do you think were the major catalysts for this surge in net income? Is it pricing? Is it increased exports or cost control? Basically, what can you say?
I mean, like you've highlighted, the profits that that they currently have is quite massive, and the core drivers, I would say, they had some level of margin resilience, not just top line expansion. But the big thing that we are seeing now is their pricing. They were able to massively do some things, or reduce their costs, the cost that they normally incur. So particularly we have in Nigeria where their ex-factory prices, held firm despite softer volumes. So we saw some an interplay of price adjustment and how it helped in terms of reducing costs. Also you'd see that their production costs also inched like very marginally by 2.4% year on year, and which is actually, if you ask me, I would say it is quite remarkable, especially in this inflationary environment. There was also FX management. They were also able to instead of the 103 billion FX loss that they had last year, they had FX gains this time around, and for the first time, I don't know in how long, can't remember, I have to look again. But I mean, it's quite impressive that they were able to move from a place of FX losses to gains, and the fact that we have a relatively stable exchange rate environment is also, a key driver. So this time around, we're able to take some form of pressure off finance costs, which dropped massively. So yes, I would say that their pricing helped, but most importantly, operating efficiency and some level of balance sheet cleanup was able to, help drive their earnings this time around.
Okay. So now the question is, we've seen that they are in full year 2024, they hit a net income profit after tax of 503 billion. By H1, they already hit a net income of 520 billion. So basically, do you think, how does this performance, how does it influence your expectations for FY 2025? If you ask a layman, the layman will probably just say that means they are going to probably hit 1 trillion net income by the end of 2025. Or what are your expectations basically for the company at the end of this year?
Yeah, I mean, largely in line, seeing that they've already matched their 2024 full year profits by June. And I mean, Q3 is usually for cement players, Q3 is usually their strongest quarter because it's dry season, so there's a lot of construction. So I would say that the upside is still very much on the table. So I believe that if they can hold this line on cost and also get some much more optics on their volumes in this second half, we're looking at one of the strongest full year earnings prints that we've seen from them in recent history, right? So I mean, I believe that if they're able to just consolidate some of the things that there are the strategies that they put in place this time around. Also, I would say that the risks would now lie in if we see a dramatic reversal in FX. Maybe there is a sharp depreciation, or the monetary authorities now decide to do a devaluation, which I do not see on the table, or maybe there is a disruption in terms of energy supply or even energy costs, with all of these tariffs flying around. So if we see, some major reversal, I believe that they are on the way to, even stronger earnings in 2025 full year. So we are looking at, strong upside to what they had in 2024. And also, I believe that this, in a way, opens up room for a higher dividend payout this time around. I'm looking at between, say, 40 to 55 naira.
So now you're speaking the language of investors.
I know, right? So it's expected that this will also drive them to pay higher dividends, and to entice investors to do more. So it's really hard not to stay bullish on Dangsem.
Now you answered, you made mention of some of the risk factors that exist, some of the factors of potential energy costs. But I think with the arrival of Dangote refinery into the scenery, maybe we may see a slight decline. I'm not very. So now the question I wanted to ask is the sustainability. But you've already spoken extensively on that. The sustainability of those gains of H1. You mentioned something around Q3 being a period where a lot of building materials, a lot of spending on building material happens. So so basically what you're trying to tell us is that the gains from H1 are very well sustainable into H2.
Well, I mean, just like I said before, we're seeing that they were able to, I think what they did was, just go back to the table to see, okay, what are the things that are eating up costs or driving up costs, and they were able to tackle them, right? And then from what we can see that they are tightly managing their costs. Then there is also an optimization in their use of alternative fuels. I believe that's also giving them an edge.
Yeah, they bought some CNG
FX
trucks.
Gains. Sorry?
I said they also bought some CNG trucks this year.
Yeah, exactly. So all of those things, I believe that heading into H2 2025 and even full year, we'll see relatively better numbers from them. And so, like I said before, I think I kind of already answered your question. So unless we see energy shocks or maybe weaknesses in their volumes, there might be I mean, unless we see all of those, I believe that H2 should be another strong run, right? Although it might not, the growth relative to 2024, I mean, due to base effects, might not be as huge, but I believe that when you compare H1 and H2, we should see some level of, you know, betterness, if there's a word like that, you know, in H2.
Okay, so now I want to talk about their Pan-African operations. So we know that Dangote has operations in, I think, about 11, 12 African, 14 African countries, if I'm correct. But now we see that for H1, these companies, these other countries contributed around 31% of the total earnings. Nigeria contributed around 69% thereabout. What are the standout contributions that you have observed from the export market or the Pan-African operations? What are some of the standouts that you have observed? So let me give this little background. I noticed that in FY last year, for FY 2024, most of the losses that the group made, it made on its Pan-African operations. Is there a reversal of that trend this year, or is still a continuation?
Well, so looking at the figures, what we see is that contributions or even growth in Pan-African operations were relatively muted. We see that revenue declined by over 15%, and some of those pressures came from Ghana and Zambia, and you know, this effectively weighed on other group members. And the issues or the drivers of this decline, I would say we have currency weakness. I mean, despite the fact that Ghana has been trying to improve its, you know, the currency issues it had. Even when we're writing our report, we saw that Ghana was the best performing currency this year, and that, you know, when we compare it to where they are coming from, right? So, you know, they've been able to improve their currency stability, but then it's still weighed on operations somewhat, and some import related challenges also continue to be a drag in this market. So I mean, while diversification is a long game that I believe that Dangsem is pursuing in this, I believe that they'll continue to pursue diversification, but this time around, Pan-Africa did not necessarily add so much support. Export volumes, of course, from Nigeria are still modest, but I believe that going into H2 2025, there'll be what's the word now? Maybe a withdrawing of, okay, how do we allocate? Because when there is so much focus on maybe a particular income stream or income region, there could be surprises, right? So I believe that these issues will be addressed in H2 2025, and we'll see, you know, better contributions from other Pan-African countries.
Okay, so now I'm getting to the part that stock players want to hear about. Do you maintain a hold or buy recommendation at the current price level? Dangote is now trading at 493. I don't know what it's trading at as a market, what market is saying right now, but 493 naira per share as of last week. So is it a hold or a buy for you? What is Mary Stem's recommendation on that particular stock?
So given the like I like to say, the drivers of share price is not just is not one-sided. So we have the fundamentals, we have the technicals, and the sentiment based on, oh, someone has sneezed today, what is the market, how is the market reacting to it? So given the fundamentals, we actually maintain a buy. The stock has already climbed from about 438 to 499 just ahead of the earnings release, and so I believe that there's still room to run. Gross margins are up, finance costs are down significantly, and with the expectation of a positive interim dividend in the range of 40 to 55, I mean, dividend payment of in the range of 40 to 55 naira. So I mean, I believe that the leg room for growth is still strong, or the upside is quite strong. So the balance, or the movement, or the consideration in this case now between risk and reward is relatively, favorable heading into full year 2025. So yeah, we are holding a positive view at current levels, and of course we are putting our eyes out for input costs and also FX volatilities. But I believe that investors should also, do their due diligence to ensure that whatever it is that they are purchasing is it suits their investment strategy.
Thank you so much for sticking with me on the show and providing your very professional insight. Matilda, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
All right. To all of viewers, good morning, and it's been I hope you had an insightful morning on economy and markets. Thank you for sticking with us. This is Economy and Market, and I'm David Jimmy.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped our economies and the business world. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, July 28th.
On this day in 1914, World War I began. Using the assassination of the Austrian Archduke Francis Ferdinand and his wife Sophie, Duchess of Hohenberg, by a Bosnian Serb as a pretext to present Serbia with an unacceptable ultimatum, Austria-Hungary declared war on the Slavic country, sparking World War I. The international conflict lasted from 1914 to 1918. It embroiled most of the nations of Europe, along with Russia, the United States, the Middle East, and other regions. The war pitted the Central Powers, mainly Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Turkey, against the Allies, mostly France, Great Britain, Russia, Italy, Japan, and from 1917, the United States. It ended with the defeat of the Central Powers. The war was virtually unprecedented in the slaughter, carnage, and destruction it caused. World War I was one of the greatest watersheds of the 20th century geopolitical history. It led to the fall of great imperial dynasties in Germany, Russia, Austria-Hungary, and Turkey. It resulted in the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia and the destabilization of European society. World War I resulted in over 17 million deaths, 10 million military and 7 million civilian, and more than 21 wounded with massive destruction across Europe. The war cost the world over $350 billion when adjusted to modern value, collapsed empires, redrew national borders, and left economies heavily damaged and societies deeply scarred. Its aftermath set the stage for global instability and eventually World War II. And on this day in 1958, National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, independent U.S. governmental agency, was established for the research and development of vehicles and activities for the exploration of space within and outside Earth's atmosphere. NASA has 4 main directorates focused on aviation, space science, technology, and human space exploration. It operates through several major research centers, including those in Maryland, California, Texas, and Virginia, with its headquarters in Washington, D.C. NASA was created in response to the Soviet launch of Sputnik in 1957, building on the earlier National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, NACA. Under President Kennedy, it launched the Apollo program, which successfully landed the first man on the moon in 1969. In total, 24 astronauts traveled to the moon, with 12 walking on its surface, while later uncrewed missions explored the broader solar system. And on this day in 2005, the Provincial Irish Republican Army, also known as IRA, announced an end to its armed campaign in the group's efforts to free Northern Ireland from the United Kingdom's rule. The Irish Republican Army, formed in 1919 from the Irish Volunteers, aimed to end British rule in Northern Ireland and reunify Ireland. It used guerrilla tactics during the Irish War of Independence and later split into factions, with the provincial IRA continuing the armed struggle in the late 20th century.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Obona. Keep watching BDTV.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at Noon. I am Norma Obona. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Now let's see what's making headlines. Fuel war brews as Dangote presses Tinubu to ban imports. Lagos blackouts imminent as TCN begins 25-day power line upgrade. Rampaging bandits kill at least 130 policemen, soldiers, community guards in Castina. Google failed to warn 10 million of Turkey earthquake severity. Al Nasser agree £4.37 million deal for Chelsea forward Felix. And now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the president of Dangote Group, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, has asked President Bola Tinubu to include refined petroleum products in the list of items banned under the Nigeria First policy of the federal government. According to Dangote, the importation of fuel in Nigeria is killing local refining, discouraging further investments in the sector and even in the economy. In his words, governments across Africa must take deliberate steps as the United States, Canada, and the European Union have done to protect domestic producers from unfair competition. Dangote lamented that some of the importers bring into Nigeria subsidized fuel and crude oil from Russia, affecting local pricing, forcing refiners to drop prices below their costs. And moving on, electricity consumers in Lagos are expected to face daily power disruptions over the next 3 weeks as the transmission company of Nigeria begins critical infrastructure upgrades on one of its major power lines. According to TNC, the company will carry out maintenance work on the Omotosho-Ikeja West 330 kV transmission line between July 28 and August 21, 2025, with daily activities scheduled from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The upgrade, which has been approved by the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission and the National Independent System Operator, involves the installation of an optical ground wire fiber cable. According to reports, the installation is vital to fully operationalize the supervisory control and data acquisition system, a key tool for monitoring and managing Nigeria's power grid in real time. And now to end the local news, the Castina government has revealed that over 100 personnel of the state-owned security outfit, Community Watch Corps, have been killed by armed bandits. Nasir Moazu, the Commissioner of Internal Security and Home Affairs, revealed this in a statement on Monday, 28 July 2025. According to him, more than 30 police officers have also paid the ultimate price as several soldiers lost their lives in the line of duty. The commissioner added that the government could continue to invest heavily in ensuring that safety forces were well equipped and motivated. And on to the foreign scene, Google has admitted its earthquake early warning system failed to accurately alert people during Turkey's deadly quake of 2023. According to Google, 1 million people within 98 miles of the epicenter could have been sent its highest level alert, giving up to 35 seconds of warning to find safety. Google revealed that only 469 take-action warnings were sent out for the first 7.8 magnitude quake, while 500,000 people were sent a lower-level warning, which is designed for light shaking and does not alert users in the same prominent way. The company says the system, named Android Earthquake Alerts AEA, is run by the Silicon Valley firm and not individual countries. And now to end the news, Al Nasser has agreed a £43.7 million deal to sign Chelsea forward Joao Felix. According to reports, the figure is made up of an initial £26.2 million fee and a £17.5 million fee in potential add-ons. Felix's former club, Benfica, were reportedly in talks to re-sign the 25-year-old Portuguese international before Al Nassr made their move for Felix as they go all out for the Saudi Pro League, having extended Cristiano Ronaldo's contract and appointing experienced Portuguese manager Jorge Jesus as their new head coach. And that's all we have on our package today on the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Obona. Keep watching BDTV.
Of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogujobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
watching Business Day Television.
Let me start by asking you, sir. Today, Business Day is having the 2025 CEO Forum.
Yeah.
Let me start by asking you, sir. And the theme of the CEO Forum this year is from reform to recovery. Just before we go into other questions, how do you assess the theme of the conference this year?
The conference is fantastic, actually. I was here last year, almost the same conference, and but this year conference is actually perfect because there are so many CEOs that, more especially on the oil and gas, that came, and actually they enlightened a lot of people on things that is happening, which I believe many people they don't even know. Yeah, but the conference is okay, and we have to even thank Mr. Frank, the host of this forum for the 13th Business Day CEO Forum. We really have to congratulate him for this type of forum. You can't find much people doing all this type of forum, actually. Yes, we really have to congratulate Mr. Frank for this.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, so let me ask you, sir. Jigawa State is seen as a potential for agricultural production. So I would like to ask you, what are the key policies that your administration in Jigawa State has put in place to attract a large-scale, farming?
Actually, Jigawa State has implemented a lot of policy that attract large-scale agricultural investments in the state. Among this is the land allocation that is about 400,000 hectares that were given to the farmers. Wow. And these 400,000 hectares, almost about 35,000 hectares were allocated to companies in order to develop the state agriculture.
Yes.
And we have subsidized agricultural sector or agricultural inputs. The state government has subsidized agricultural input like fertilizers, like seeds, like pesticides to all the farmers. And like the smallholders farmers, we are given 20 to 30% of this type of subsidy. While the other beneficiary have got 10% of this type of inputs. After harvesting or cultivating, then they will return what they make. They will pay back the loan that were given to them, but there is subsidy into the loan they're given.
We know with the issue of climate change, climate change, issue of the pattern of rainfall and all of that could be a problem, a challenge to agricultural production. So tell us how you leveraging smart agriculture, for instance, irrigation and other things. What are you doing in that area to ensuring that you have all year round farming in the Jigawa State?
Yeah. Jigawa State is leveraging the climate smart agricultural and irrigation farming in order to boost the year farming through several initiatives.
Yeah, all year round farming.
All year. Yeah. And on this climate, we promote drought resistant crops.
Oh, wonderful.
And also, Jigawa State invested in significantly in irrigation system.
Wow.
Like now we have about 10 dams that we implemented power solar within the dams. And also we have solar power vegetables, which is constructed in 5 solar vegetable centers under this climate resilience. And we also have this dry farming, which the state commission live larger scale irrigations project along Jamari and some other river basin. So On this, we have the Jigawa State has enrolled about 100,000 farmers into a digital platform to boost the smart agricultural, providing access to digital, then smart GIS, then an all driving advisory process and the system.
So how are you bringing in smallholder farmers into this picture? Smallholder farmers.
I have told you on the small farmers holders, the Jigawa State has given, they subsidize the inputs, the fertilizers, the seeds, the pesticide of almost 20 to 30% in order to assist these farmers.
Okay, so one thing that we talk about collaboration, partnership. Yeah, you are partnering with a private, sector in Jigawa State.
Yes.
Of course, you're helping a smaller, older farmers to boost production. Let me also ask you, Your Excellency, what level of support and collaboration are you having with the federal government?
We have partnered with federal government and the Federal Ministry of Agriculture. They have introduced dry season farming, which they wanted to allocate. We receive almost about 40,000 hectares, which in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Works, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, in order to have this collaboration so that at least they give us some of the inputs to give it to the farmers. So within the year 2023-2024, we have cultivated about 55,000 of this wheat.
Oh, wonderful.
And 2024-2025, that was last dry season,
yeah,
we have done about 105,000
wow,
cultivation of the wheat, just with collaboration with the federal government. And now we are expecting this year, 2025-2026, to cultivate 150,000 hectares.
So what were your expectations for the CEO Forum?
Well, I expect to have meaningful discussions around Nigeria's economic trajectory. As you know, we're operating in an environment in which there are lots of uncertainties from a global point of view. And then within Nigeria itself, there's a very active reform program going on. So I expect to come here and listen to perspectives that will help me in making decisions for my organization. I also expect to meet fellow CEOs and, share different views with them, again, around the challenges of operating in this environment and the things that we need to do differently. Of course, I'm also in the business of offering advice, so it's also an opportunity for me to connect with my clients and potential clients and talk about how we can assist them to deal with the challenges that they're facing.
So I see that your organization is part of the partners for this event. What was the decision that led you to say, I want to partner with BusinessDay for this event?
Well, for us, we look at partnering with like-minded organizations and credible organizations. And I would say over the years, we've found BusinessDay to be an organization that has similar sorts of values to ourselves, and also an organization that, just like us, is intent on helping to drive positive change in Nigeria. So for me, it was a no-brainer to say, well, if BusinessDay is doing this and it's all aimed at improving the level of discourse, driving change in Nigeria, that's what we like to do as well. So it was a no-brainer to partner, and we've had a long association with BusinessDay.
Looking at our current economic reforms, do you think that they are effective?
Well, Neoma, I'll say it depends who you ask that question. What we're seeing is that the reforms are showing early signs of recovery. So we're seeing some positive indices. We're seeing, for instance, the predictions around the growth of our GDP. This year, we expect to do about 3.4%, which is the best it's been in the last couple of years. Look at what has happened in the foreign exchange market. Now the rate seems to have stabilized. The gap between the parallel rate and official rate has really closed. Businesses that need foreign exchange are able to access foreign exchange. So there are a lot of positive indices that would suggest that the economy is moving in the right direction. But if you ask the generality of the populace, they will tell you that they don't feel all of this. There's still a lot of hardship. Inflation is still high, food prices are still high, the price of everything has gone up. So that's why I would say it depends on who you speak to. The reality, though, Neoma, of reforms is that they take time. And the population needs to be patient. But, you know, someone was saying to me the other day that you keep talking of the long run, that we'll be dead before then. But it does require patience. And I think on the government's part, the government has got to make sure that there's some short-term immediate benefits that the population can feel. When they feel those things, that would encourage the population to exercise patience and allow the reforms to really kick in.
Okay, sir. So I know that the event just started, but currently, what is your major takeaway from the event? Your current experience?
Okay. Well, for me, just listening to Frank's opening address, I feel optimistic that we're going to have some meaningful discussions at this event. Also, when we look at the profile of people who are attending, I think, again, it points to the fact that we're going to have meaningful discussions. I have kick-started the discussions through my own presentation as well. And I think the panel discussions that we're going to have will really give us insights into what's happening in different sectors. So all in all, I look forward to learning a lot and meeting lots of new and interesting people.
What were your expectations from the CEO Forum this year?
Wow, lots of expectations really, because this forum brings together very significant individuals in the private sector and the public sector too. So the conversations that I was expecting to hear, which I am hearing really, are conversations around how the reforms have impacted businesses and what the future looks like, so that people can make strategic decisions as they navigate our terrain and the global economy.
So how has these economic reforms affected your organization and business?
Oh, well, I mean, it's had its impact. For us, we are the largest spirits business in the world, and the implication of that is that whatever happens to the inflation of the country has its implications on the price of our goods. So yes, we've had to increase prices, we've had to manage the complexities that comes with all of the reforms. However, we know that when you look at everything happening positively, in the long run, it's going to be very, very profitable for us as a business, and that's why we're sticking it out and we're working with the government to ensure that we're able to arrive at the destination that the government wants to take us.
So would you say that the Naira devaluation has actually affected your business as well?
Oh yes.
Despite being like a global business?
Oh yes, it has. I mean, the devaluation of the Naira definitely has its impact on our products, because most of our products are produced outside the country, so the implication is very gross. However, like I said, we are finding ways to work with the government to navigate, and more importantly, we understand that there is a long-term effect, which would be a win-win situation for all parties. So that's what we are looking at.
Okay, so there are new tax laws in town, like the latest thing in town now is the new tax law. So how are they going to affect you from next year, because it actually takes effect from next year? So how do you see that affecting you?
Okay, so where the new tax reforms are concerned, as a business, of course, we're studying it. We understand that this was done for the good of the country. So we're studying it, and we're trying to see how it would impact us in terms of our employees, And then we're looking at it holistically, and studying it and trying to see really what the implications would be and how we can practically adjust, to ensure that at the end of the day, everybody wins. There are good things in the tax law, very good things in the tax law, and I think some of the things we've seen, we believe it's the country going in the right direction. Of course, some would cost us now,
definitely.
But we would navigate. As a very resilient company, we would navigate.
Okay, so far the event has been going quite well. I know you agree with me. There have been a couple of sessions and presentations. So what are your major takeaways from those presentations?
I would want to reference the presentation of the senior partner of KPMG, specifically Tola Adeyemi, where he mentioned certain things that he believes should be inculcated in every reformation process, right? Number one, communication, which I think is extremely key. So I think the government is doing a lot. Some of those reforms are very good for the country, very good for us in the long term. But I think there's an issue around communicating it enough. Even though I understand that sometimes once you're going to take money out of people's pockets in the immediate, there's nothing you're going to say. But it doesn't stop the government from communicating and over-communicating, right? As a change management expert, I know that communication is key whenever you want to make any change. And number two, you mentioned patience. Us being patient with the process. I think if we do those two things, which was part of what Tola Adeyemi mentioned, I think the results will be positive and people will be more enduring, to go through whatever we need to go through. And at the end of the day, we'll see the light of the day. One other thing he mentioned, which I think is very important, is that, people at the top must lay a good example. There's always an issue when people feel we're going through a lot and we see all of what we're going through, the monies we are practically bringing together, it looks like you're spending it, even though that might not be the reality. But that perception, becomes extremely important. So I think those three things for me stood out in the conversation.
All right, what was the thing that led you to decide that we need to partner with Business Day for this event?
So we believe in the project called Nigeria. We believe that for our business to thrive, we have to work with all stakeholders involved. And the government is one of our critical stakeholders, right? So anything that looks like it is going to help us as a country, and Business Day is playing a very prominent role in that. And I must commend Business Day, really.
Thank you so much.
I must commend Business Day. Playing a prominent role in that. We would support it. That is what we do as Penorica, so we would support it. So it was a no-brainer for us.
What would you consider your major takeaway from this forum?
First, I think, I need to congratulate Business Day because this is the first time I'm attending this forum, and it's a really powerful one. And the sessions have been quite engaging. I think so far, my takeaway here is that, well, first of all, I think there's an acknowledgement that there was a need for reforms because business as usual was not going to take Nigeria to where we needed to be. And then secondly, there is an interrogation of those reforms to see, are they the right ones? Will they last long? And are people feeling the impact of the reforms? And I think the third thing for me will be that it's also good that people are watching and are tracking the impact of these reforms. So it's not just enough to have reforms, it's also important to see what those reforms have achieved. So those are the things I think I have gotten from this so far, and there's a lot more I'm looking forward to hearing more about the others.
So how would you assess the theme of the conference from reform to recovery?
Very important. This administration has been very bold about reforms, and that's one thing everybody agrees on. And having an opportunity for business leaders to come together to reflect on these reforms and actually to see how these reforms are impacting the business environment is really good. So I think they chose the right theme for it. But more importantly, The recovery part of the meeting is one that I really want us to double down on, because it does connote the fact that things were not as they should be. And so when we recover, how do we recover? Do we recover better? Do we recover and build a society that affects and impacts all Nigerians? It's not just recovery the way it was before, where there was a wide gap between those who have and those who don't have. So our recovery should be inclusive, an inclusive type of recovery, an inclusive type of economic growth and transformation.
So how is your organization collaborating with the private sector to accelerate universal health coverage?
Oh, definitely. So the health sector is a mixed health sector we have. We have both the public and the private. In NHIA and in insurance, health insurance, it's a mixed payer market. So I regulate over 80 private health insurance organizations. I accredit to provide services from over almost 10,000 private hospitals, clinics, etc. Right? So already my organization works with the private sector a lot, both by regulating them, but also by buying services from them. And one of the things we can do for the private sector is how do we have policies and regulations that create a level playing field for everybody, so that people that invest their money can plan, they can see where government is going, and they can see how they can key into some of these programs that the government has put in place. But in addition to that, we're also collaborating with them. We have engagements quarterly with different stakeholders. Even when we make policy changes, we ensure that we have dialogue and we have consultative processes that are to work with them, because that's the only way we have to live together. You know, there's a South African saying that, well, they say it's African, that if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go with people. So we have to go together and build the reforms that will impact the Nigerian citizen. And that's really where it is. And it doesn't matter if somebody is sick. He wants care. He wants to be able to afford it. He doesn't care whether it is a public or private hospital, as long as the good quality care is provided. So we must realize that moving Nigeria forward is not something the public sector can do alone, and it's not something the private sector can do alone. So that collaboration and that integration is critical to what we do.
Very good. Because I'm going to ask you, how much of that support? You talk about collaboration. How much of that collaboration? How much of that support? How much of the buying of this private organization are you saying?
A lot. So just yesterday alone, we're looking at how do we make cancer care more affordable, because we know that a lot of people are suffering from it. We are partnering with Roche, the pharmaceutical company, such that people only pay 20% of the cost of cancer drugs. We negotiated with them to pay for 50%, NHI pays 30%, and the beneficiary will only pay for it. And that is private sector collaboration. We're doing that with a lot of other companies. But even in the service delivery, we've seen a lot of, when we had a meeting yesterday, we looked at not just the public providers of cancer care, but we have centers of excellence at our private sector. And we asked them, can we come on board so that we can improve access to all Nigerians? And they all agreed, and they all were part of that call. And so I see a lot of willingness with the private sector, who wants true collaboration and partnership with the government. And so our government has to be able to create a level playing field, create strong regulations that create that level playing field for everybody to protect Nigerians. We must never forget that ultimately as government, we're here for public good. That public good could be achieved through public means, to be achieved through private means.
Absolutely.
As long as it's public good, we're following. And so that's our philosophy. And we've got a lot of support, encouragement, and partnership with the private sector.
So how has the event been for you, this CEO Forum by BusinessDay? How has it been?
I've been very much impressed with the event. It's been a very good avenue for CEOs to interact with each other, meet up with the front runners in the oil and gas sector as well as the energy sector,
It's been quite a good speech from Dangote on the CEO's forum opening, and I think it's been very productive for me. Yeah.
We are speaking about reforms today in the event, from reforms to recovery. There have been a lot of reforms that have been rolling out. Some of them have taken effect already. So I want to know, how has the FX reforms, the current economic reforms, affected your organization?
Well, we are a service providing organization, and we service the oil and gas and energy sector as much as the infrastructure sector in Nigeria. So I would want to say the reforms that have taken place in the last couple of months have had a rather positive effect on our transactions and our projects, in the sense that we've experienced a little bit of stability compared to a lot of fluctuations that had been experienced 2 years ago from the FX unpredictability. Now we can be comfortable with what the FX fluctuations are. The ranges are very much minimal this time around, so that gives us room to be able to plan better, to be able to source for forex, or to be able to convert much of our forex back to naira, to be able to carry out our operations from an equipment and from a service payment background. So it's been stable for us. I would say the reforms have been a bit more positive than negative this time around.
Okay, so you also know about the new tax bill, so
it's now
an act, yes. So would you say that it's productive? The new tax laws, do you think they are going to be productive? And also, how are they going to affect your own organization as well?
Okay, so I think the new tax laws have just been signed off by the president, and much implementation have been scheduled for first quarter 2026. So it would be difficult to comment on how this is faring at this point in time. However, I think one of the positives out of these new tax laws is the support that it would give to MSMEs, especially those below the 25 million naira cap. That would be very important to grow MSMEs in Nigeria, and to also encourage a lot of our youths and young entrepreneurs to be able to focus on aggressive growth rather than worry about tax-related setbacks. I think it's a good one, but let's all look out till 2026 and see what plays out once full implementation commences.
Okay, sir. So what are your major takeaways from the event so far?
I think the networking is top-notch. That's my number one takeaway. I think the assemblage of industry leaders is also very encouraging. The environment and the ambience is also great. I think it's world-class standard, and I want to commend BusinessDay, and I want to encourage you. This is your 13th year. We're looking forward to 14, 15, and then 20th year of this, and I think it will continue to grow bigger and bigger. And then I encourage every other CEO that has not been able to take advantage of this opportunity to look forward next year and be sure to partake in this CEO's forum. It's quite enlightening and informative. Thank you.
Diversifying our economy. I think one thing that is clear is that while we're thinking of diversifying our economy, we still need to grow our oil industry, unfortunately. Right? Why did I say so? The reason is simple. Oil still contributes about 90% of the foreign exchange revenue that we have in Nigeria, and we need that foreign exchange revenue to develop other industry. So by growing our production, we will also diversify the economy. But I think one other thing I would say is that we need to be intentional about it. We've been saying it. Saying it does not make it happen. We've got to take a decisive decision that this is what we want to do. And one of the things that we need to do is to actually invest money in infrastructure. And that is one thing we're not doing in Nigeria. Even if you want to spend money on manufacturing, how are they going to move their goods, their products, from the places of production, to where the consumers will be, right? So we need to invest money on roads. We need to invest money on airports. We need to invest money on railways, going to move food. We need to invest money on telecommunications. I mean, it's always difficult to communicate across Nigeria. So one thing we need to do is to take the savings from oil and invest in infrastructure. That's the only way we can diversify, and government has got to be intentional about it.
That's very interesting, sir. Okay, how do you assess the impact of Nigeria's current fiscal and monetary policies on the private sector and productivity, capital inflow overall?
Well, I think one of the reasons why investors will come and invest in a particular country, right, among so many reasons, is the fiscal policies in a country. The fiscal policy must be such, right, that will be sustainable, that will be such that will promote growth, right? When you look at what we're currently doing in Nigeria, it's all about growth. It's not about increasing tax revenue. But we're saying to ourselves, how do we balance increasing revenue, right, with achieving sustainable growth? And so we've embarked on, massive reforms. All right, it's going to take time for the result of those reforms to show, but we are on the way, to recovery. We are on the way to growth. All we need to do is to be patient and be diligent in the implementation of those policies.
Okay, so regarding the reforms, you see that we have the tax bill that has just been passed into law. What is your take on the new laws?
Oh yeah, I get these sacks every time. I think the first thing I would like to say is that when you look at the tax bill, first and foremost, it's not something that is novel. It's a consolidation of all our existing laws, right? And the whole idea of consolidating law is to ensure that ambiguities are eliminated. It's also to ensure that there are no gaps. Because you can imagine if you have tax provision in several laws and you have to be looking at various laws to know what the tax law is saying, it creates problem, right? And so the best thing we've done is to consolidate. That's one. And then the second thing that we've done is that there are some provisions that were made to grow our revenue and to also develop the country. And so when you look at some of the provisions, there are some provisions that gladden my heart. So for example, can you imagine if a company is making losses and that company still has to pay taxes? Where is he going to pay taxes from? From capital. So that is one of the things that we've gotten rid of. But the other thing that we've done is that we've also latched on to international practices, right? By bringing in what we call, effective tax rates. In other words, it doesn't matter what incentive we've given to you. If your tax rate is below 15%, you still have to pay something. So I like that provision. And there are some provisions also that have been done, right, to actually, encourage growth. And I think we just need to wait, for the implementation. But one thing I will say is that we must ensure that we diligently implement the provisions of the tax bill. Now, it's not a perfect bill, but it's the best way to start.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome to Triumph Against Odds, the podcast where we uncover the stories of extraordinary individuals building, leading, and thriving despite everything life throws at them. I'm your host, Obidiko Kafo, and today's guest is someone who doesn't just defy odds, he rewrites the entire script. On this special episode, we have with us Professor Bat Nnaji, engineer, innovator, public servant, and founder of Geometric Power, Nigeria's first indigenous integrated power company. His journey from Enugu to MIT, from robotics labs in America to power plants in Aba is not just remarkable, it's deeply instructive for anyone trying to build something meaningful in difficult environments. We'll talk about grit, long-term vision, patriotism, and why, even in the face of overwhelming odds, he never stopped believing in Nigeria. Professor Batinaji, welcome to the show and happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much, Robert.
Yes, sir. Before we talk about power plants, policies, and patriotisms, let's go back. You lived a life filled with extraordinary accomplishments, but what were the high points of your childhood?
High points of my childhood?
Yes, sir. What kind of home did you grow up in, and what did young Bat dream of becoming?
Well, I grew up in a simple environment. I was quite privileged to have been able to live for a short time in my village, so I got a chance to know what the village life is like. And then I lived with my uncle in various communities in Kano land. He was a headmaster, and so he moved around from school to school. So it gave me very strong grounding about our communities, and I truly enjoyed growing up that way, going to schools until the war came. I was quite young when the war came. I was at about 10, 11 years old when the war came, and we suddenly became refugees. That's where we really had very serious challenges in life. But I must say I was happy that we navigated that period. Nobody in our family got kwashiorkor, and we were able to survive the war. And it was, even though I had gotten admission to government college, Port Harcourt, just before the war, but I was too young. My family didn't let me go. So they said I should wait another year. And that year was the year the war came. So the next thing was, right after the war, around 1971, then I started secondary school at St. Patrick's College, because my family said it was the best that I stayed close to home. I am from Umode community in.
And what did young Bat dream of becoming? You know, the experience of the war and everything. What were you dreaming of becoming? You know, then with your childhood, what were you dreaming of? What were you hoping to become?
I always wanted to be an engineer.
Okay.
That's the thing. You'd be surprised. If I said if I wasn't going to be an engineer, I'd be a journalist. So seriously, I admired journalists a lot. But engineering was number one.
Okay, so how did growing up in Enugu and your early wins in athletics shape your confidence to take on big, improbable goals?
Okay, first, I come from a family. My grandfather was Akama of the town, and before the coming of the white man, the Akama was the person who kind of made rules about the town. In many parts of Igbo land, as you know very well, we didn't have traditional rulers and so on. So it's people like that made the rules that governed the town. So my grandfather was that, but it required very pure kind of life, life of dignity, integrity, regard. Wasn't a position of having money. We had a lot of land, but not not what you may call money in modern world that way. So that was probably anybody coming from that family tends to be quite strong in character and have confidence. Then it turns out that this secondary school I went to, which was a Patrick's College, that was that's a place where you really must be strong to be in that school. The students tend to be very good academically. They tend to be good in sports. They tend to be they tend to be confident, and you're taught to be confident in school. So I would say that kind of background, home background, the background of where I went to school helped to shape me confidence to move forward. In fact, I must say, when I went to America for my undergraduate, I did not think that the white people were in any way, shape, or form better than me. I never even thought about it. So mine was, of course, I was doing well in school, so if it was first that I would come, I would have the first, and that's what I was used to. So I don't know. It's just the way one was made.
I think, like you mentioned before, since you come from that line and your grandfather was, somebody who made rules, I think those influence, those bloodline influence. You turned down Columbia for St. John's out of faith and values. How did those early choices shape your path in public service and business?
Okay. I would tend to think that if it is today, many people, and perhaps even myself, will think that that's a bit of foolishness. That I chose to go to St. John's
instead of
because I saw it as the largest Catholic university in America at the time, over an Ivy League school. So, but in the end, it was all okay because I think I did reasonably okay, given the trajectory of my academic life.
True.
My bachelor's, master's, PhD, fellowship, and academic career as a professor.
Okay, so how did it shape your path?
It was because I believed that I was just a very staunch Catholic. That was the driver for choosing St. John's.
Okay, but how did these early choices shape your path in public service and business?
Maybe I didn't really think of it, but I was never greedy. I tend to be satisfied with what I am doing because I would tend to do what I'm doing very well. I didn't envy anybody. And so I look at long view of things rather than short-term view. So I'll tell you, when I finished my PhD, a number of my colleagues who graduated with me wanted to go into industry, bigger money and all that. But I took the offer to be a professor at the University of Massachusetts, maybe half the salary of my colleagues. And there was one thing that happened about 3 years at the University of Massachusetts. I got offered to be head of department at Philips Laboratories. And It is, as you know, an international company.
Yes.
And here I was, just 3 years out of university, and they were offering me that. And they were offering me a house a nice house in somewhere in the upscale part of New York State, and so on and so forth. I began to think, well, being a professor is what has sped me to this point. I am confident that my colleagues who went to industry will not be getting the same kind of offer. And there are so many things that I considered at that time. And I said, even though the salary they were offering me was more than triple what I was making as a professor, I chose to stay there because it must have value. There must be something that I am doing that people value more. And as it turned out, that was it. So when eventually I was invited to serve as minister in the interim government, I was confident that if I was in industry, they would not have invited me because my profile would not have risen to that point. But here I was at the University of Massachusetts. I would even represent United States in NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization of Research, with colleagues, German professors. I became an editor-in-chief of our fields magazine journal in the world. There were just things that happened to me because I didn't go for the money. I went for the quality work, research that I was doing. And so in public service, it was the same thing. I had the echo of keep your hands clean. Don't go doing anything that will soil your name. So maybe others were getting rich by doing all manner of things. I didn't. In fact, there are too many stories, including like when I was asked for government to pay for my house when I was Minister of Power, and I refused. I said, well, I was living in a house in Abuja. I didn't need to have my house paid for. Again. So it's just a guide to be satisfied with the little you have, and not go trying to do the things that will soil your name. But I tell you, it eventually helped me because that was the credibility required to get support from investors in the power business. Because at the time when we started Geometric Power, there was no private power company in Nigeria. And so it took a lot to convince investors that they should invest in a power business, private power business. In fact, when NEPA was an authority, you can't build a power project in Nigeria that is for public. And that was what we were trying to do that time. So, but it was integrity that came from all these things that I'm talking about, just not wanting to do something that is not correct.
Correct. Okay. Thank you. That has shown a lot. Your track record speaks for itself. So I want to ask what's that one small thing, perhaps unimportant, that keeps you grounded after all these years? I know you've mentioned something in that line, but I would like you to speak a bit more about it. That's one thing that keeps you grounded, after all these years, after all these achievements, places you've been to. But there's that one thing that keeps you grounded, that makes you, keep your head down. I know you've talked about your background, But if you can just, go a little bit more into, that thing that keeps you grounded.
Family.
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 Okay. How does the family keeps you grounded? How do they keep you grounded?
You'll be surprised that I like being in the village. I like being with my my family members, both poor and rich. In fact, everybody, when we're around, can just have a good power, and then we're talking, and you will know that this person has 10 naira in his pocket, while the other person has 100 naira in his pocket. So it doesn't matter. I enjoy that very much. So in fact, during the difficult period in my in the company, they were the ones that would kind of take the remove the different things. Once I'm with them, I feel comfortable.
Yeah.
And let me even go backwards and say that when I was a professor at the University of Massachusetts, I was the first Black person to be a tenured professor, full professor at the University of Massachusetts in engineering. But to be tenured, which means that you have lifetime appointments, you go through quite a rigorous process.
Wow.
And there were 3 white men, older men, professors, who just didn't want to have a Black person. But interestingly, all the other people were rooting
for you
because of my performance in the university. So I decided that what is the worst thing that can actually happen? Because I always go, what is that worst thing that can happen? Worst thing that can happen is that they don't grant me tenure. I have a country to go to. I have my people. I can go back to my country. And to me, even if it is becoming a farmer, I am okay with it. That is how my headset. So I don't die for a job. I don't go dying for something that people are actually clamoring to have. They don't trip me.
Okay. You stayed, so now let's move into, something that has always been on my mind. To be honest, I've been thinking about it personally, and I really wanted to ask you this question. So I'm happy that I'm having this opportunity to speak with you. You stayed committed to the Aba Power project for 20 years. What kept you going through all the delays and resistance? What kept you going, basically?
Well, for me, my wife usually would say, don't go telling Prof that he can't do it, because that's when you really get him going. But if I start something, I usually finish it, or I want to finish it. And to me, the ABBA project was not about bad energy. It wasn't about making money. It was about solving a problem and showing the country that it is possible to have reliable electricity. And it is also a way to provide electricity to a crucial region that needed economic growth. As a demonstration for the entire nation that this is how it could be done, that this could be replicated in other parts of the country, and why not Aba? So that commitment kept me going. So no matter what anybody was doing, I stayed focused on ensuring the realization of it. I didn't go fighting everybody in the world about what they were doing. But I wanted to see that the project came to fruition. And we're happy that eventually happened.
Okay. So this is still connected to that question. What was your mindset when PPAs were suspended and the project stalled again?
It wasn't about IPP that was connected with the PPA.
Okay. Okay.
No, it's a different project. We wanted to ramp up, build a 1,080 megawatt power plant in collaboration with General Electric. That project is called OMA Power.
Okay.
And actually, we spent millions of dollars with General Electric in developing that project. So the power purchase agreement signing was suspended when President Buhari came on board. Typically, most presidents, when they come, they want to understand what's going on. So he did that, but he never got reinstated. And as a result, till today, we can't say that there's been a new power plant built in the nation for more than 10 years. Because it was that PPA supported by government the support government needed was to provide guarantee, partial risk guarantee to support it. And a private company will go out and build the power plant. So we were one of the 3 or 4 companies that had matured, gone through all the processes, finance secured from US OPIC. That is the OPIC is the Overseas Private Investment Corporation of the United States, from Canadian Exim, from Chinese Exim Bank, from Standard Chartered Bank. We had put together all of these and they were ready to go. Just that partial risk guarantee never came. And that was all. So that's the PPA, that's OMA Power. But above IPP was stalled from just machinations of the human beings in our country.
Okay, so why do you think others give up under pressure, and what's made you endure when many will walk away?
I don't know what, I can't guess how others think, but what I know is that if your motivation is pure private gain, it's easier to give up. But if you have a higher motivation, you would continue to go. It's like believing in religion. You can keep going with that kind of belief in God. So for me, solving society's problem that will provide all kinds of benefits to our humanity. That's the sort of thing that kept me going. I don't know what, so I can't give up that kind of thing, because what is life after all if I give that up? And by the way, there are better ways to make money. You could just even go and sit back and put money in stock exchange and be getting money from that. And it's probably better than coming to run a business where with all kinds of obstacles in the way. Not to talk of the created obstacles by people who are determined to come to take what you're doing.
What we're doing. I think one of the things I've learned from this is that always look at the bigger picture, look beyond yourself, because that's the most important thing. So, another thing I want to find out is, even as investors pull out of Nigeria, you are bringing Geometric into Aba. What do you still see in Nigeria that others are missing? Because people are, sometimes people come and they're like, even though now investors are still trying to come back and all of that, but over time you've stayed the course. Investors have come, investors have gone, investors are coming back, but there's this consistency. So what do you still see in Nigeria that others might miss, or others are missing, or are not seeing?
Well, I'm focusing on the problem, on solving the problem. And I think that if you focus on solving the problem, you most likely would not go away. Investors, they say that money can be quite shy. Yes. But if you have a credible problem and you've devised a solution for it, and you have bring integrity to bear on it, and people believe and trust in you, then it becomes possible to stay. Our country is difficult, but I sincerely believe that this is the best place to do any kind of investment, because you will be solving problems that you can see the outcome. Like here in Aba, I can almost like touch and feel the effect of providing reliable electricity here. Incidentally, the background that you're seeing, if you're seeing it,
yes,
is our power plant. It's the background of our power plant. We built it. And when we were building it, we set out to build it, not just, mount poles, small concrete poles anywhere, but to build strong tubular poles that withstand the test of time. Years. Many of these poles are mounted about 9 meters, more than 9 meters into the ground. Okay, so you can't be thinking about running away when you're doing that kind of thing.
Okay, if fear wasn't in the picture, what bold step would you take in the next stage of your work?
Well, if fear wasn't in the picture, is that what you said?
Yes, if fear was not in the picture, what bold step would you take? If there was nothing to be worried about, don't think about what next.
Okay, we take calculated risks.
Yes.
Okay, calculated risks. We don't go foolishly into a project. For example, we get all kinds of requests to do various projects, some of them outside of the power, some are kind of tangential, some are related. But we are focused because in this business, you need to look at all the fundamentals and ensure that you are solving the problem, and there are myriads of problems. So yes, we would like to build bigger power plants. We'd like to expand where we are. We'd like to realize the Oma power, which is not exactly where we are, but about 30 kilometers from where we are, going towards Port Harcourt. We are actually fully developed it, like I said, even awarded the contract to a company to come and do the EPC works, the engineering, procurement, and construction of it. We've gotten the land fenced off and everything, just ready to go. All the plans have been developed. But that PPA issue came about. So we like to see it come about. We like to also expand from where we are, be able to support the governor of Abia State in his quest to see that power is provided throughout Abia State, not just in the 9 local governments where we serve, but in the rest of the 8 local governments, and perhaps beyond.
Okay.
So these are things that we like to see happen.
Okay, before we wrap things up, this is just like a fun question. Just before we wrap things up, because we've been serious and talking about everything, but sometimes it's also good to slow things down a bit. So I just wanted to ask, is there a talent or capacity you feel you haven't fully used yet? As in a talent, something maybe outside of this. Maybe you play the guitar, maybe you sing, maybe you know how to, you're a powerful chef that nobody knows about. What's that one thing about Professor Basinaji that people don't know? Some talent that he has that we don't talk about that much.
When I was in secondary school or in primary school, I used to play the flute. So and I could do that quite well, but it wasn't something that I could build a career with. There's something that my wife likes to do, which unfortunately for her, I have deprived her of doing, which is play golf.
Oh.
So I didn't deprive her by it's just that I didn't want to go learning how to play, and she was actually a wonderful golfer. She was the first lady captain of IBB golf course in Abuja.
Oh, wow.
And here she is because she got married to me, so she can't golf again. You can imagine, poor woman.
Poor woman.
So there are things that maybe I could have done, but very difficult to do with my schedule.
Okay. So now, on a final note, if today you were to retire from public enterprise and everything, what unfinished project would you most regret leaving behind? And who do you hope will carry on with these things? If today we are retired from public enterprise, all these things that you're doing now, and say, okay, I'm retiring, I'm not doing anything. And what unfinished project or idea would you most regret leaving behind? And who do you hope will, carry things on for you?
I've always wanted to build a university of technology. So that's something that I am actually working on. Also, there is an institute of artificial intelligence and robotics, which we have license to build. So there is that. I like to work with my wife on a kind of ecosystem farm that where nothing is a waste. It's actually from Tongai farms.
Oh, okay.
So these are some of the things I like to do, but you can't do everything at once. You have to, one has to focus. Like I said, you have to focus.
Okay.
Take them one by one. But these are things that we are going to do.
Okay.
Now, retiring from public service, or rather public, I'm no longer a public servant, as you know.
Yes.
So I'm a private person now. So I'm actually retired from public service, in effect. So what I'm doing now is private enterprise. And now, would I retire?
No.
I don't know how to retire. That's really going to be a challenge.
I like.
So maybe if I
I like your enthusiasm. I'm not going to retire. Anyway, so based on everything you said, at 69, if the next 5 years were a new chapter, what would they be about? Would they be about legacy, mentoring, or rebuilding, or something else?
I think two of the ones that you named we build on top of what we have.
Okay.
And we mentor people.
Okay.
I'd like to be able to support young people in their ideas, and also just keep preaching the gospel that there is no shortcut.
No shortcut
to success.
No shortcut to
that's
success.
not. We must work through it, work very hard, and work through it. The difference between us and Igbo people is simply that they start something and finish it. Yes. So what I learned from America is just that you start,
and you finish.
You rigorously go through the processes and you complete. And as long as you have a plan, a solid plan that says, here is where I'll start, here is what I expect to be the outcome, here are the steps, and you continue to go through the steps, you actually don't get tired because you are simply going through the steps.
Sure.
It is when you want to jump to the end, which is what a lot of young people like to do. They like to have a nice car today, immediately. They like to have so much money, big house. If you watch our movies, it's about somebody who leaves the village today and 2 weeks later comes back with a car.
With a car, yeah.
Yes, with a car. A car is a demonstration of success to us in environment. You say you're building a house, so you build a house. They usually build a house in 1 month. So no, it doesn't work like this.
Thank you so much, Professor Batinaji. I think we have taken, if you leave me, I can talk to you for the next 10 hours because I'm like a sponge. I just like learning and learning and learning. But I think, in fact, everything you said is like, a lot of information that we are taking in and we're still absorbing. And definitely when people see it, they will, learn so much the way I have learned. So I really appreciate your presence. I really appreciate you as a person. And I see that we share some of the same values where, there's no shortcut to success. And you always look at the big picture. Always look at, when you're doing projects, you look beyond yourself and you look at how it will benefit mankind. So on that note, I would like to say thank you so much. Please, let's keep in touch. Let me know what you're doing and how everything is going. Yes. It was nice talking to you. Thank you so much. And do enjoy the rest of your day, sir. Yes, sir. Bye. And thank you. And we have come to the end of today's episode. To be honest, I wish it didn't end. I was having so much fun talking to Professor Batinaji. But like we always say here at Triumph Against Odds podcast, just keep building, keep learning, and don't forget to focus on what is more important. Thank you.
You are watching Business Day Television.